Good evening, everybody. Cerritos residents, non-residents, businesses, stakeholders, thank you for joining our meeting tonight. I'd like to call to order the Monday, July 27, 2026, 7 o'clock p.m. City Council Successor Agency regular meeting. Tonight's meeting will be conducted in a hybrid format. Instructions for remote public participation are listed on tonight's meeting agenda. The invocation tonight will be given by Pastor Bob DeLeon of Calvary Chapel, Artesia, and the pledge will be led by Girl Scout Troop 313. So please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor DeLeon.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and all in attendance. If you would please bow your heads with me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts, thankful for the opportunity to gather here and for those who accepted the responsibility of serving the residents of the city of Cerritos. Father, we thank you for the many blessings you give in our community, the safety we enjoy, the families and neighborhoods that make Cerritos a special place, and the many people who give their time, talents, and energy to make our city a better place. Lord, tonight I especially lift up our mayor, each member of the city council, our city officials, and all the employees who serve this community. We recognize that leadership carries great responsibility. Behind every agenda item, every decision are people, families, businesses, and neighborhoods that are affected by what happens in this chamber. So, Father, I ask that you would give our leaders wisdom beyond their own understanding. Help them to look beyond the immediate and consider what will serve the long-term good of Cerritos. Give them discernment to recognize the needs of our community, including those needs that may not yet be obvious. Give them courage to make difficult decisions when necessary, and humility to listen carefully to one another and to the residents they have been entrusted to serve. Lord, help our council to work together with respect, civility, and unity, even when there are differences of opinion. May their discussions be thoughtful and their decisions be guided by what is best for the people of the Cerritos rather than by personal interests or agendas. As they work through tonight's agenda, we pray for clarity in every discussion, wisdom in every decision, and cooperation among everyone gathered here. Father, I also pray for the families of these leaders and city employees. The work of public service often requires sacrifice, time, and energy. Bless them with good health, peace in their homes, strength for the responsibilities they carry, and joy in knowing that their service makes a difference in the lives of others. And finally, Lord, we ask that you would continue to watch over the city of Cerritos, protect our residents, our families, our first responders, and all who work to keep our community safe and thriving. May this evening's meeting be conducted with wisdom, respect, and a genuine desire to serve. We ask all these things in your great and holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Bob, for that very meaningful prayer. Thank you. Next, we have Girl Scout Troop 313.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you. Thank you.
My turn.
Thank you. Did you want to share us your names and what school you go to?
Okay. Hi, my name is Ella, and
What school do you go to?
I go to Carmenita. I went to Carmenita school, and 12 years old, and I'm angry, and in 8th grade.
Very good. Thank
Thank you.
you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Holly, and I am 9 years old, and I go to Stowers Elementary School.
Well, thank you. Thank you to both of you for leading us in the pledge. Madam City Clerk, bye. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call?
Council and Agency Member Hong.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Say is noted absent for the record. Council and Agency Member Yokoyama.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Polito.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Johnson.
Present.
And the roll call is complete with 4 members present. Would the City Council and Agency care to entertain a motion to excuse Council and Agency Member Say from the meeting?
Is it a requirement?
It's not required, no.
All right, the next item is 5A. There are no presentations scheduled for tonight's meeting. The next item is 5B. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you. For this item, I'll defer to City Clerk Cindy Navo.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is consideration of the Mayor's recommendations for appointments to internal ad hoc working groups and external boards, commissions, and committees, and for community member service during the 2026-27 mayoral term. In just a moment, the mayor will present her nominations, after which staff recommends the City Council receive public comment, then review, consider, and approve by majority action Mayor Johnson's nominations for service appointments and direction to the city clerk to prepare and post an updated Fair Political Practices Commission agency report of public official appointments and city appointments brochure to the city's website as necessary, and to coordinate the dissemination of contact information to any respective external bodies and appointees. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the City Council may have, and this would be the appropriate time for the mayor to present her nominations.
Okay, thank you for the report. I'd like to make the following nominations, and after opening public comment, we'll ask for City Council approval on the nomination. On the internal ad hoc working group, I'd like to appoint Frank Aurelio Yokoyama as my alternate. Does this require a second?
This does not require a second, however, our agenda link system does. If you would like me to conduct a roll call vote, we can do that.
Okay, that'll be done after public comments?
Yes.
All right, and at this time, I will open up for public comments on item 5B. We are on item 5B. Seeing none, do you have a comment, Mr. Parman, for 5B?
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't relate, it relates to 5B in general, not to specifically your appointments.
Okay, we'll hold yours off then to public comment on item 6.
Therefore, I will respectfully request a comment that I made the other day to you, that I get 6 minutes, because I would like to do my 3 minutes for 5B, and I will have the 3 minutes for 6.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and hear your comment then on 5B at this time.
Can I get you to raise this a little bit for me? David Plowman, 7842 Sun Valley Way. At the last meeting, a member of the community objected to my being able to comment during this agenda item. I assert that any action you take which reduces the number of meetings for the commissions or limits their ability to provide input or discuss items related to their functions can have a chilling effect on the public's willingness to accept appointment. Along these lines, I have asked the city attorney to consult with the city manager in reference to whether it is prudent to review regulations contained in the municipal code. When it appears recently a member of the public held positions within 2 commissions concurrently. This occurred because the citizen did not resign from one commission before they were appointed to another. Further, at the last meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission, it was stated that a potential budget reduction would have some effect on the recreation program. I had already objected to the July meeting of the commission being canceled. I believed it could have been moved to a more suitable date, but now the August meeting of that commission has been canceled. Therefore, the commission members have not been able to hear what effect budget reductions will have on the August through June programs. I am likewise concerned about the cancellation of the July meeting of the Public Safety Committee. On at least 3 occasions, the issue of motorbike emergence has been mentioned. Neighboring cities are in the process of creating new ordinances dealing with increases in incidences with youth. Now, during budget considerations, Mr. Yokoyama proposed a concert in the park for August. With the conversion of the Let Freedom Ring Committee to a celebrations committee, I anticipated that all these special events would be the purview of the celebrations committee. But there was no mention of this, now identified as Night Out, being under the review of the Parks and Recreation Commission when the Celebrations Committee met on June 24. This was after the council had taken action on scheduling this activity. Now, there was not a July Parks and Recreation Commission meeting for them to provide input on this event. And now there is not an August Parks and Recreation Commission for them to get a report on the plans for this event. So in my household, we believe that the Director of Community and Cultural Services would appear at the June 24 and July 22 meetings of the Celebrations Committee. But a response to the inquiry to the mayor resulted in a message which confirmed this is a recreation event. I was somewhat concerned whether it was Mr. Yokoyama's intent and full knowledge from the rest of the council that the cost of this event would increase with the additional staffing by Recreation Services. If you are a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, would you not feel your responsibilities were being usurped? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palman. Do we have anybody else? Seeing none, Cindy, do we have any speakers that have called in?
None requesting to speak at this time.
All right, very good. I will then go ahead and close public comments. Does the city council have any questions or comments at this time? Yes, Mayor. Yes,
Mayor, what was your nomination?
for the Budget and Finance Ad Hoc Committee, I needed a alternate, and I appointed you as the alternate.
So it would be you and Jennifer Hong, and then I would be the alternate.
You are you're replacing the current alternate, and you will be the alternate. There are two people in that group.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? All right, we'll go ahead and vote. We have a motion. I'll second the motion.
I'm just sorry. I didn't know that there's alternates.
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke. It's not an alternate. There are two people in the group. You're
Okay.
correct. Thank
Okay.
you for correcting me.
Okay.
There are no alternates. There are two members
Okay.
in that group.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's a first and a second.
The motion passes on a vote of 3-1.
Thank you, thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is item 6. City Clerk, will you please provide additional information regarding item 6 under public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item 6, public comment, should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session, and items not listed on the agenda but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. All public comment periods will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the one written comment submitted by the deadline for item 6. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours. The time is currently 7:14 p.m. and the public comment period will end by approximately 7:59 p.m. If necessary to allow remote participants an equal opportunity to speak at the halfway mark of the 45-minute time limit, I will inform the City Council it is the appropriate time to transition from in-person comments to the call of remote public speakers. Additionally, in accordance with newly enacted state requirements, if less than the full 45-minute time allotment is used during this time, the City Council may, at the conclusion of item 6 public comments, proceed to the next item on the agenda. However, around 7:59 p.m., at the time that item concludes, item 6 public comments will be reopened to allow interested parties who have not already provided comments under item 6 to speak for the remaining time of the 45-minute allotment, if there is such. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, I'd like to speak about item 6, public comments. Cerritos is a community of people who deeply care about our city. I see the passion, especially with those that have come to speak under public comments. Healthy debate is part of democracy. We can agree to disagree. And I know so many people have written in or have come out to speak and provide ideas and suggestions such as the CCPA, water rates, golf course, etc. Just because your suggestion is not acted upon, please don't mean that we have ignored it. It's been considered, but oftentimes it's just not feasible. So please do not think we're not listening. But what concerns me is when disagreements become personal attacks, especially on social media, and even directed at some of our elders in the community. Behind every post, and just like what Pastor Bob said, behind every post or comment is a real person with family, friends, neighbors who are affected by the words we choose. I encourage us all to disagree with ideas and to not diminish the people. Let's treat viewpoints with dignity and respect. That is the Cerritos way. I also want to briefly address our public comment procedures. The 3-minute time limit is not intended to silence anyone's voice. It is in place to ensure that everyone has a fair and equal opportunity to be heard. The microphone is automatically turned off at the end of the allotted time to ensure the rule is applied consistently and fairly. Sometimes it can be difficult for me to interrupt someone while they are speaking. And as if you have seen in the past meetings where the microphone was turned off, some folks still want to continue speaking. So with the automatic cutoff, it provides a neutral and uniform way to enforce the time limit for everyone. This is especially important with the implementation of Senate Bill 707, which allows members of the public to participate remotely by telephone. As participation increases, we must also be mindful of the 45-minute total allotted for public comments so that as many people as possible have the opportunity to be heard while allowing the council to complete the public's business. I do want to say that Cerritos has been very fair to our residents. Some cities agendize public comments at the very end of their meetings. And some cities don't even turn on the video during public comments because they turn off the camera. We don't do that here in Cerritos. I also want to share a helpful reminder about public comments. The public comment portion of our meetings is your opportunity to share your thoughts, your concerns, your opinions with the City Council. However, under state law, the council generally cannot engage in a dialogue or respond to comments on items that are not on the agenda. As a result, you may not receive an immediate answer or follow-up during the meeting. So if you have a question that requires a response, need assistance with a city service, or want to resolve an issue, the most effective approach is to contact staff directly. Our staff is available to answer questions, research issues, and work with you to find solutions. So let's build a city that respects different viewpoints. Despite our differences, we are all part of one community. So with that, I will go ahead and open up public comments. And our first speaker, Mr. Pilman, you're speaking again under item 6. Thank you, Mr. Pilman.
Let me begin by expressing my appreciation for being able to speak to 4 of you. Mr. Polito, early in the day on July 4, Ms. Hong for close to 2 hours, Ms. Say for about 50 minutes, and the Mayor Johnson for just over an hour. I was present in the chamber when, after Mr. Gallucci had announced his retirement, there was discussion among the council whether a consultant should be hired to help with the selection of a new city manager. Mr. Barrows insisted that we could learn from having a consultant. As I stood at the podium during that time, it was my belief that the group assembled at this end of the room could efficiently prepare a slate of candidates for the council to select from. Of course, today, only one person on this side of the podium remains, Now, I understand a couple of you were still employees at that time, but you did not sit here. The city manager should have the right to have staff with him whom he is comfortable with, but he must take the responsibility whether those who he promotes or hires meets the needs of the council and the community. So, over the last month, in reviewing written public comment that has come into the council, from bits of pieces of information that I have uncovered, and from comments from members of the community, I now wonder, how much information are the residents entitled to know? I am concerned that it is possible that an attorney, not the city attorney who sits before us at each meeting, has received an amount rumored at $1.8 million associated with a personnel matter. I was dismayed to know that around $450,000 was cut from the Public Works Park budget, which previously was used for outside contract work, mostly for Brightview landscaping. I heard that Brightview will have 30 less employees in the city now. But I'm also concerned about why Curtis Forsyth needs to speak at each meeting. As a resident, he has the right to speak, but why the need? For a long time, I did not understand what he was talking about. But now with a little information, why can't the city resolve this issue? We, as residents, should expect better judgment by those who we elect and better performance by those we hire. Mr. Lopez, the ball is in your court.
Thank you, Mr. Peilman. Next, we have Sam Desai, and after Sam Desai, we have Benjamin Au.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, City staff, friends. Mayor, I'm here because you invited residents to come and give you some ideas about CCPA. Contact City Hall. It's going to take more than 3 minutes, so I'm requesting that please extend my time to 5 minutes. I'll keep on speaking. I know that this is all automatic, but it's all right. You can always extend my time. But
I'm going to keep your time along with everybody
Can I
else. Mr.
continue,
Desai,
please?
it'll be 3 minutes.
Can we get back? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What did you say?
Go ahead and speak. You have 3 minutes.
Absolutely, but in case it gets shut off, I'll keep on speaking.
That's not
So
the way it goes.
This just letting you know up front, so there shouldn't be any misunderstanding what happens once the mic gets shut off. So CCPA needs new ideas, and the community needs more than 3 minutes to give it to you. 3 minutes is not enough time to properly discuss the future of Cerritos Center for Performing Arts. And since you have asked for ideas, we should be given time, and you should listen to us. For years, residents have offered practical ideas to help CCPA generate more revenues, attract larger audiences, and reduce fiscal burden. Yet, year after year, very little appears to change. If you can just give us few more minutes today, 2 more minutes, ma'am, I can share with you top 10 ideas. So what are these ideas? Let's talk about the first one. I know I only have 1 minute, 17 seconds left, and we are just on idea number 1. And we'll have 10 ideas to go through, so I hope you give a little bit more time, ma'am. First, install electronic sign visible from 91 freeway. Consider that idea. Hundreds of thousands of people drive through, and we want CCPA to be known. Residents have given this idea, ma'am. We just haven't seen from you acknowledge that idea. So again, if you can consider that, we would really appreciate that. Allow me to move on to point number 2 out of 10. We'll finish in 5 minutes, but point number 2. Consider parking fee of $5 per vehicle. I know, it's a reasonable fee. And we are looking towards creating a dependable income stream. Third idea, ma'am. I know it's important to you that you hear our ideas and you will not cut us off, so Idea number 3. How about offering Cerritos residents discounts? When you don't have sellout shows last minute and you give some discounts, then it really helps. The 4th, offer same-day discounted tickets, right?
I'm sorry, Mr. Desai, your time is up. The microphone is off. There are rules that have been given to everybody in this room. I'm going to take a recess at this time. I'm going to take a recess at this time. We'll take a recess. All right, we're back in session. City Attorney, take it from here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. We do have the Cerritos Guidebook for elected and appointed officials, and we do have a protocol manual that dictates how the order of business and the conduct of meetings is to be enacted. And so as part of that, under Section 3F of the protocol, it does indicate what a disturbance is and a disruption of a meeting. So to the extent that we have already adopted rules restricting speakers for public comments to 3 minutes, those that go over are warned that they have gone over and are requested to wrap up their comments. And if they persist, they may be removed for a disruption. And so that is in accordance with Government Code 54957.95.
Thank you. So, folks, we want to hear all of you. We have a bunch of speakers on this list. We may have some folks calling in. We only have 45 minutes to do this as per our guidebook. I'm giving everybody 3 minutes, a fair amount of time for each and every one of you. So let's just try to get along here and not ruin it for the others. So the next person we have is Benjamin Now and then Carla Gilheis.
Good evening. About a month ago, I stood here at this podium urging our city council members to let ongoing democratic processes in town run their course. I asked them not to do anything that would further alienate their constituents. It seems that those pleas fell on deaf ears. In early July, the owners of VNW Culture, longtime Cerritos residents whose small business has served this community for decades, volunteered to circulate the repeal and the recall petitions. I provided those petitions to them in my capacity as a private citizen. Last Monday, Council Member Yokoyama went into their store and confronted them about the petitions. According to the owners, he told them they could not have petitions bearing his name there. He said something like, you own a business and you wouldn't want your business to be inconvenienced. He then called me and berated me for approximately an hour and a half and over my involvement with the petitions. He accused me of betraying my oath of office and told me I was burning my bridges. As a planning commissioner, I understood that as a threat against my appointment. On Tuesday, I visited the store and they were shaken, but decided to keep circulating the petitions. On Wednesday, Mr. Yokoyama went back. When he saw his recall petitions were still there, he became upset and began taking pictures of the petitions. The owners objected to it and out of concern about the privacy of people who had signed the petitions. And after a verbal altercation, the store owners had to ask him to leave and never come back. Mr. Yokoyama then called me again and very unhappy about the fact that his recall petitions not having been removed. By Thursday, the owners told me that the confrontations with him made them feel threatened and uncomfortable, so they would stop circulating the petitions. This was not an isolated incident. According to staff members at another signing location, Mr. Yokoyama also visited there and demanded that the recall petitions be removed. Mr. Yokoyama, you were elected to represent Cerritos residents and uphold the law. What you did is known as voter intimidation and election interference, and it is not lawful in the state of California. You need to stop and apologize to those who have been affected by what you did.
Thank you, Mr. Al. Next, we have Carla Gilheis, and after that, we have Steve Stallings.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I comment?
Yes.
Because I don't want there to be misinformation and lies. So
Please have decorum. Thank you. Thank you.
So first I'll say that we are all Americans. We are all Americans, and we all have freedom of speech under the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. In Cerritos, elected and appointed officials have freedom of speech just like any other resident of Cerritos, just like any other resident of the community. So
I'm going to ask
Mr. Stallings.
Mr. Stallings, I'm going to
The
ask
time
that
is not
you not
running while I'm
interrupt.
talking, Mr. Stallings. Please. I'm talking to correct
gonna-
misinformation and lies. So elected and appointed officials have a First Amendment right to engage in political activities while off duty and outside of city-owned or city-controlled property and facilities. They may take public positions as private citizens on candidates or ballot measures. This means council members, commissioners, and committee members may use their free time, effort to support or oppose the water repeal initiative or the recall effort. So I have a First Amendment right. I have freedom of speech just like all of you, and I will fight to protect each and every one of your First Amendment rights to freedom of speech, just like I will assert my own First Amendment right to freedom of speech. What I will say is that when I went into that business, I had a witness, Bill Hu. He will disagree with everything that was said about how I acted in that business. The only person whose voice was raised were people other than me. And Benjamin Au and I had to talk about it after Benjamin Au had to talk on the phone about that afterwards on my cell phone. My cell phone keeps time on how long phone calls are. I did not talk to him for an hour and a half. My cell phone, I'll show my cell phone to anybody who wants to see it, and they'll see the phone call I had with him. His number was nowhere near an hour and a half. But what I want to say is, Benjamin Au and I talked, and he told me on his own that he was going to go to the business and talk to them about removing the petitions. I said, thank you, Benjamin. But there's another business that he brought up. When I talked to the owner of that business and he got full information about what was in his business, he made a decision on his own as the owner of the business on what he wanted to do with the petitions in his business. Okay? So Mr. Alan Cam made his decision based on information provided to him by me and other people. Okay? So I have freedom of speech, just like all of you have freedom of speech, okay? One thing I did not do was use my position. Unfortunately, when I went to that business and I saw the petitions in the business that Benjamin Au was talking about, his City of Cerritos Planning Commissioner business cards were attached to the petitions. That is not allowed. That is not allowed to use
Decorum.
use a City of
Please.
Cerritos Planning Commission business card attached to the petitions to make it seem as if this was something that was supported by the City of Cerritos. Yeah. So Bill Hu was my witness at the business. Grace Hu has been my witness at both businesses because she was involved with both of those businesses. So I have witnesses. I did not do anything illegal.
Please do not
Bill
make
Hu
comments when
And
someone's
Grace
speaking.
Hu.
Please
Bill
do not
Hu
make comments
and
when
Grace
someone
Hu
is
are the
speaking.
witnesses. So where are the business owners who are claiming that I did anything illegal? There's only one thing that was illegal that happened. Why wasn't there a police report? Why wasn't there
Please do not make comments when someone is
a
speaking.
Cerritos Sheriff Station? Why wasn't there a Sheriff Station report taken if I did something illegal? But you know what? I have freedom of speech. And you know what happened? There was a there was a sheriff station report taken. Because people don't agree with me, because I oppose the Cerritos Republican-led recall against me, because I'm a Democrat, and I oppose it,
Please,
and people
please do not
and
be
people disagree with me.
disruptive. Please
People
do
disagree
not
with my
be
freedom of speech.
disruptive.
Somebody thought it was okay.
I'm going to ask
Somebody
for
thought it
another
was okay.
recess if you do not.
Somebody thought
Okay,
it was okay.
we'll have a recess. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're back again. I respectfully ask everyone to please maintain decorum during tonight's meeting. I want to hear everything that you guys have to say. And it's very hard to hear what you're saying when there's mumbling, there's giggling, there's talking in the where you're seated. It doesn't allow me to hear what the speaker is saying. So it's very difficult. So please, I don't talk during your public comments. Please do not talk when other people are speaking. I want to run an efficient meeting. We have a timed public comments. We now have 35 minutes left for public comments out of the total of 45 that's allotted. We're not going to be able to get through all of that if there's a lot of disruption. So if everybody just follows the rules, just follow the rules. Okay. All right. Now we have.
Okay, so Mayor, don't start the time yet, and I'll be quick.
Okay, please.
So what I held up.
Again, I'm going to ask you not to say anything, please.
So what I held up was this.
Just please.
So what I held up was
make
this.
comments.
Thank you, Mayor. What I held up was this police report because somebody disagreed with my position that I oppose the recalls, and he supports the recalls. He threatened me on social media, on Facebook. He said that Frank Yokoyama might want to be careful. And he posted a photo of 4 gentlemen holding guns. And people liked it. People egged him on. People supported it. And meanwhile, there's a photo of 4 men in front of a business in Cerritos holding guns. And this person who disagrees with me, disagrees with my First Amendment rights, he said Frank Yokoyama might want to be careful. So I filed a sheriff's report with the station, and you received the photos, and the report was taken, right, Captain?
We did generate a report for that incident.
Okay. So if you disagree with me, let's agree to disagree, but don't threaten me on social media with masked men and gentlemen in army military fatigues holding guns, telling me that I might want to be careful.
Okay. All right. We are now with Carla Gilheis. After that is Steve Stallings. Again, please maintain decorum. Thank you.
Witnessed recently regarding the recall petitions for council members Johnson and Yokoyama is nothing short of an absolute abuse of municipal power. It is one thing to defend your record in public debate. It's an entirely different and illegal matter to use the power of your office to intimidate residents and local businesses of Cerritos. First, let us address the threats directed at city commissioners and committee appointees, stating that the committee or commission appointee can face retaliatory removal simply for exercising their constitutional right to sign or assist a petition. It's unethical and tyrannical. Public appointments are meant to serve our community, not to buy absolute political fealty to an individual council member. Second, Frank, for you to go into local businesses, yelling at small business owners and berating them for hosting petition signing stations crosses a very dangerous line. Small businesses are the backbone of Cerritos. Expecting local shopkeepers to police or suppress lawful public discourse under threat of municipal friction is outright coercion. Let me be clear. This behavior, Frank, look at me when I'm talking to you. It's bad ethics. It violates the law. Under California Election Code Division 18, Chapter 7, state law explicitly prohibits interference, misrepresentation, and voter intimidation during the circulation of recall petitions. Furthermore, threatening public appointees with retaliatory action for engaging in protected political activity violates our First Amendment and guarantees that state labor protections are governing public service. The right of the electorate to petition their government for a redress of grievances is a cornerstone of California's Constitution. You do not own your council seats. You hold them in the trust of the public. When you attempt to stifle the recall process by harassing business owners and silencing appointees, you degrade the integrity of this city and you make us a laughing stock, and you've already broken the public trust. We are taking note. The local business community is taking note, and the voters of Cerritos will not be intimidated. Stop retaliating against civic volunteers. Stop harassing local shopkeepers. Let the democratic process move forward without municipal strong-arming, or be prepared to face the legal and electoral consequences of your actions, starting with cease and desist letters. Robert, can someone come and take these from me? There's a copy here for every member on the council, and then I have copies for Pam, Cynthia, and Robert. Cease and desist, Mr. Yokoyama.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Stallings and then Anna Rodriguez.
Hi, I'm Steve Stallings, a resident of Cerritos for 49 years. My concern tonight is item 7F, which is on the consent calendar, which means we won't have a chance to discuss it or have any public comment about it. I'm formally requesting that item 7F, which is the change order for the C4 well site, be moved from the consent calendar to the council meeting calendar so it can be discussed at a future meeting.
I'll take it off tonight.
You're taking my time. The reason I want this made public so we can discuss it is that at the last meeting I attended, Ms. Johnson, in February regarding the water issues, you lied to us. You lied to the entire city from your seat as Mayor Pro Tem at that time. You said that we should be grateful that the city has been augmenting our water bill and paying a portion that we weren't covering up until these new increases. That was not accurate. What the city did is it secured funds through Prop 218, didn't spend those funds on water infrastructure, and owed them back to us. I want to make sure that we got them all back before we start giving you extra money for new projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stallings. Next, we have Anna Rodriguez and then Norma Williamson.
Good evening, Council. Bear with me, I'm a little nervous, so I have to read off of my phone. My name is Anna Rodriguez. I am here with former Hawaiian Gardens Mayor Mike Gomez.
Hello, Mike. Hi, Rosie.
And also former ABC elementary school teacher, Rosie Gomez. We are part of the Robert Canada Friendship Powwow. We host, the City of Hawaiian Gardens hosts this event every year. This will be our 26th. So we are actually here to invite everybody, the council, and also staff, and also the residents. This is a celebration of culture, tradition, and unity. So we're hoping that you guys could join us August 22nd and the 23rd from 12 to 8 on Saturday, and on Sunday from 12 to 6. We did email invitations earlier this afternoon. I also brought a physical copy for you guys. So if you guys would join us, we'd be happy to have you guys. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with that annual event, and do you have a flyer or something you can share with us?
Yes, I gave it to one of the city clerks.
And thank you for sharing that with our city. You came from your city to share with our city. And thank you, Honorable former Mayor Mike Gomez, for joining us here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Norma Williamson and then Deborah Berry. Norma? Norma's not here. Deborah Berry. Deborah Berry and then Charles.
Hi, good evening. I'm actually here for Robert Chevelle. He asked me to come down to read his comments out. So I said, sure, I'll go read your comments. So here's his comments. Good evening, council, staff, and fellow residents. Sorry I cannot be there in person or participate via Zoom. I hope this letter will suffice. I write regarding the city's golf course. The golf course is a beautiful and valuable asset, yet it has been losing hundreds of thousands of dollars per year.
I'm sorry, Deborah, sorry. That's actually an agendized item, and
I
it
know,
falls.
and he asked that I say it during public comments, which I know is not per the rules. So if you
Right.
like, I will wait till that time.
Yes, please, to be fair to
But
everybody.
he did request that I say it this time.
Thank you. And we do have his written comment as well.
Okay, well then I will reserve the rest of my time to speak on myself since I
Okay.
will save his comment since I couldn't do both. I don't know what's going on here because I just checked out because this is crazy. Like I got all involved with the water thing and then I just couldn't because it was insane. But I mean, this has got to stop. Like just let it go, Frank. Just let it go. Okay? At some point you just need to stop and just everybody just stop, right? And you guys don't talk back like I've talked before. And you said that in the beginning of the meeting that it's not appropriate to talk back, and it's not. So don't talk back, okay? Stop. Okay, that's all. And I'll come back at the water.
Thank you, Deborah. Next, we have Charles and then Marty Powers.
My name is Charles Suter. I've been a resident of the city of Cerritos for 57 years. I was here at the same time the dairy cattle were here. I regret coming to the meeting today. I feel like I've walked into a gunfight at the OK Corral. I was originally going to talk about the city budget crises, both the operating costs that is getting wider and also the aging infrastructure. I've changed my mind. I think I want to talk about transparency. I was very encouraged when the city staff opened up the discussions about the problems the city has with the budget. I was encouraged that we would eventually reach a conclusion, which we have not yet. So I'm recommending that we continue transparency with some more town hall meetings, give everyone, these people here, a chance to come in and talk about what's on their mind, because they have some questions. I happen to have received this little flyer here from the activists, and it seems what they're seeking is the city to justify any replacement rates and transparent data and lawful cost of service analysis. I'm not sure what that means, but if you were to have a town hall meeting, give them a chance to express their concerns, listen to the presentations, get the facts, I think we can converge on a possible solution. I don't like coming in here listening to bickering between this side and that side, so I'm recommending more transparency. Also recommend the same thing for the budget crises, the operating costs. It has not been resolved. I recommend we not put it off for another year after the city reserves have been reduced by $10.6 million, and we're closer to the cliff. Let's open the discussions. Let's have some more town hall meetings. Let's focus on solutions. And let's converge to something that we can all agree with. All we need is the majority of the citizens of Cerritos to agree on a solution, and then we can get beyond our crises. So my recommendation, more transparency, more town hall meetings. I would be in attendance if you were to oblige that request. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Suter. Next, we have Marty Powers and then Case.
Good evening. Marty Powers, 13165 Arabella Drive. First off, I'd like to give you some positives on one, pushing back the rate increase. Appreciate that for 6 months. The other positive that I don't know where it'll exactly go, but we are very highly taxed in this community at, I think, 9.75, not going forward with the 1% at this time referendum for additional tax. That put us in the LA. If we just go over to where all my wife's cousins have moved to, Tustin, It's, I think, 7.75. Also speaking of Tustin, that's where we go now to enjoy music on Wednesdays because we don't have it here. I'm married to Josan Chen. She's a long-time citizen in this community. For some of you, you may know her. And one of the things that I'm speaking as a family on is simply we have to do more to build cohesiveness. These people, myself included, we're not feeling respect from you, and we're not giving respect back then. So it's a two-way street. You have to grow a little thicker skin. All these open times for comments, there should be no discussion. Just let it go. Listen to what we have to say. Percolate it and see where it goes. And then finally, we are a graying community. The school enrollment is sliding, has for many years. Finally, now the school board has come to the reckoning. The other thing is simply, we have kicked the proverbial can down the road, but like myself, Josan and I, and many of you, we live in a cul-de-sac. We don't have any more places to kick it. We're going to have to become a little bit a little sharper with the pencil, and spend less. Stop digging. We're in a hole. And I'll leave you with this. We've bought many of our cars from Cerritos Auto Mall, the last 3. I'm not sure how many of you have. You are city council representatives. The only car that I know you can't buy brand new over there is the Mercedes-Benz. You can get it used. If you talk to the general managers of a few of the places, they will tell you they're not the only game in town. They haven't been for a long time. Everybody's got an auto mall now. So we have to spend within our means, live within our means. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Next, we have Case, and then Rocky Pavone.
Good evening. Kees Vanderlinden, a resident for 55 years. Same location. Do I've seen the changes in this city? Unfortunately, they've been not very good. I want to speak of the homeless issue. I have rang my bell, and Robert has been very helpful, but I think the city council should get involved. This homeless issue, I have never seen before the way it's been now in the last year. You folks need to do something about it. And you cannot hide under the fact that that is owned by Metro. Yes, but it's still your city. It is rampant. It's all over. We had earlier this year an incident where at 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a guy in front of our house hollering for help. The police came, and I'm sure that he came from that homeless encampment, some fight or something like that, but it is crazy that that is going on. And that goes along with all the other things. You folks like to toot your horn about safety. I got news for you. We still have robberies, and plenty of it, in the cul-de-sacs and everywhere else. I cannot understand why the city could not work with a gentleman who is not here, but he had orchestrated 30 cameras that were mounted, I guess, on the electric poles. Well, somewhere on the line, I think you could have worked with him to retain those cameras. That was a positive thing that happened in his neighborhood. It's crazy that you guys cannot work with that. We have still issues. You know, you like to drum and toot your horn about safety, but the safety is not very well organized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderlinden. Next, we have Rocky Pavone.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, if I may, after this next speaker, if we could transition to the remote speakers, we do have a couple of raising hands.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm here this evening to stop and cease the abuse of power, which has happened among our councilmen. And it all began back in March 3rd, 2020, prior to your election. Mayor Linda Johnson, you can look at me, it's okay. When I was running for Cerritos City Council, you were driving around in your LA County van,
I don't have
working
an LA
for
County
Janice
van.
Hahn, and you came to Whitney High School. You saw me campaigning on the public sidewalk in front of Whitney High School, which there's no regulations against public campaigning. At the time, you were supporting another candidate, so you abused your power and you called the Cerritos Sheriff Station on me to get me off the sidewalk, to shut me up. About 6 deputies, imagine this, 6 deputies surrounded me and were called to stop me from exercising my constitutional right, freedom of speech. Can you believe that in America? They should be out there stopping criminals burglarizing our homes, not some person trying to throw their power and stop a person from doing what they can do as to speak up for their rights and freedoms. On April 8, 2026, at the mayoral transition, Linda Johnson, you violated the California Brown Act and shut up all the residents, including myself, who filled a comment card to speak that night, and you actually adjourned that to the next meeting, which I had to work in the next meeting, so therefore I never got a chance to speak because you shut me up to talk about the recalls and repeal of water rate increases. Linda, when you had a commissioner, Daisy Legasca, who spoke against one of the decisions that you had made or disagreed with you, you actually shut her up by terminating her from her commission appointee position that you had given her. So the way I see it at this moment, it seems as if Cerritos is turning from democracy to communism. It's my way or the highway. I was here with the residents. This place was packed, and we all disagreed with increasing our water rates. I stayed here till midnight. Most of the people left already. But guess what? You decided, and your constituents, Pro Tem Mayor, which was Frank Yokoyama at the time, and then Pro Tem Mayor Pulido, all agreed to raise our water rates against the popular consensus. And I still don't understand why the residents continue to vote for people who lack financial literacy. And I've been in financial education business the last 32 years, and still I can't wait to get on this council seat and turn this city around before it goes into communism. And I don't understand why you didn't allow me to speak, but I recommend you to allow other voters to have their opinion. It's okay, Frank. It's okay, Linda. It's okay, Jennifer. It's okay, Mark. Allow other people to speak their mind. And let's come to a consensus how we can improve this city, because right now we are on the edge. We are on the edge of terrible.
Thank you, Mr. Pavone. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you. For the record, Ms. Legasca was removed by the vote of the city council. Is Norma Williamson here? Okay, thank you. Cindy, go ahead.
Speaker Curate, so please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Speaker.
So, good evening, Mayor, Council Member, and thank you, Pastor, for your kind words. I will be making comments or remarks mainly aimed at Mr. Yokoyama, but if the shoe fits, you may wear it too. We, the public, elected you to represent us and manage the city, its resources, and how it can benefit residents, businesses, and employees. You, as council members, are not entitled to any more power than that. As council members, you already have the bully pulpit from the dais that you have demonstrated. Respect for the elderly is deeply rooted in our cultures. The concept of Shao in Chinese, regardless, it is our duty to protect the young and the old. Perhaps you can understand my profound dismay at the behavior of Mr. Yokoyama, at the owner of the bookstore. This is shameful behavior that cannot be tolerated. Mr. Yokoyama, how would you feel if those were your parents and somebody did that to you? I hope you would be outraged. Your actions and words are not congruent. During the election, you said to Cerritos, I will keep you safe. Now it's Cerritos that needs to be kept safe from you. Let's talk about safety. You keep on touting about how the safety has gone down. It hasn't when compared to other cities. Recently, we've had a spate of burglaries, but we don't want to talk about that because it looks bad. You said you had respect for women, including your daughter, your sister, your mother, your wife. Then you went on to name a junction after one Robert Beale. Tell me how that is congruent. You flip-flop like a fish out of water. You blame the residents for not allowing a tax increase. You pined on that last year over and over, and suddenly, now you say you don't want any taxes. This is what I mean by it. You flip-flop. You don't keep to your words. You go on the winning side, and you think that's a winning strategy. This really doesn't sit well with me. And for the rest of you council members, I hope you understand. There are other leaders in the city who too are shaking their head. They won't come out and speak in public, but they are disappointed by the inaction of some of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. Next speaker.
Speaker Raymond Kim, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Speaker.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you for the chance to speak. Yeah, sounds like a very exciting place to be at. I wish I could be there. It sounds like a very fun place to be. Yeah, so I guess, my comment is, more about, we have a lot of immigrant business owners in Cerritos, SoCal, Artesia, and I think a lot may not know about their rights to remove trespassers. So, all business owners, residents included, you have the right to remove anyone that you want that's on your property. You have the right to ask them to leave. If they don't leave, the second they don't leave, when you ask them to leave, they're trespassing. So that's breaking the law. Now, in that moment, you do have a right to eject a trespasser using proportional and reasonable means. Now, so that's kind of all situational, right? But you do have the right to ask the trespasser to leave, and if they don't leave, then you can proportionally and reasonably use means to make them leave. Now that's, all something that business owners have often thought about, I'm sure, given, a lot of the crime and trespassing that they faced in the past. But, a lot of our immigrant business owners actually come from countries where, there is a dictatorship. You grew up under dictatorship. Mao killed 80 million Chinese. You had the, in Cambodia, the millions of killings. You have a lot of immigrants that grew up under dictatorships where if you spoke out against a political leader, you're going to go to jail, right? And that's something that when you grow up in that, it's hard to realize that, in this situation, when I'm in America, we don't live in that kind of place. So this is, one means for immigrant business owners to understand that they do have the right to remove trespassers, and that trespasser can be a politician that is infringing on our democratic rights. So yeah, I think it's great that we have so many immigrants that love their constitutional rights, all of them. And I think we need to really encourage, more and more Cerritos residents to embrace their constitutional rights and to leave behind the PTSD of growing up in dictatorships. That's my comment.
Thank you. Cindy, do we have any more?
Mayor, at this time, we have no other remote participants requesting to speak, and we have just under 8 minutes remaining of the 45-minute time allotment for item 6.
Okay, great. Are there any other speakers from the audience? If you have any, did you fill out a speaker card? If you'd like to speak, you can fill out a speaker card. Why don't you just go ahead and speak and fill out the speaker card afterwards? Thank you.
I'll be quick. I didn't really intend on speaking today. First, I want to say, is this really what we want right now? I was clapping, I think it was after Deepa's comments, and I'm not sure whose comments it was, but Frank came up to me and asked me why I was clapping. And yes, I do support what's going on here today. I'm saying that as a resident, and after that, Frank took it upon himself to walk up to his appointees and one of your appointees and let them know that I signed the recall petition. And yes, I signed the recall petition. My family did too. He said my mom posted about it all over Facebook. That's not true. I looked on her Facebook, there's nothing there. She doesn't know how to post to any of the groups. I even called her and asked her when I went outside because I want to verify that. My family is the most important thing to me, and I'm not going to let anybody say that they said or did things that they didn't do. So my mom absolutely did not post to Facebook about the recall. That's absolutely not true. I can go on my Facebook, show you that she didn't do that, but I don't know. I don't have much else to say. This is ridiculous, what's going on. I've lived in Cerrito. My family came here originally from Albuquerque, New Mexico in 2003. My dad came to the city because he heard about the great schools of ABC Unified School District. He could have went closer to his work in Long Beach. He could have went to cities like Fullerton and all that, but no, he chose to settle here. My family has had a amazing life here up until maybe a few years ago. Things have gotten really bad. We have homeless problems inside my neighborhood, like literally in my neighborhood. We have people living in their cars in my neighborhood, in this council, the public safety. Nobody's really done anything about it. They keep coming to my neighborhood and doing little remedies, but we still have unhoused individuals living in cars in my neighborhood, causing problems all the time. Right before I came to this meeting, just so you guys know, there was a huge fire in my neighborhood. Well, we're all sitting here in this room, massive fire in my neighborhood. Thank God for our fire department. They were able to put it out. But there's fires all over the city. Everybody brings up robberies, home break-ins. Unfortunately, one of my neighbors passed away the other day. I still don't know what happened. It was really sad. I saw ambulances and everything outside their house, but this city is falling apart. And I haven't seen it this bad ever in all the years that I've lived in this city. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, and please don't forget to fill out, thank you. Curtis Forsyth, how many minutes do we have left?
Thank you, Mayor. We have just under 5 minutes left.
Okay, we'll entertain one more speaker. Thank you.
So I'm shocked at what I'm hearing. You've interrupted multiple times. You've left when people have brought up issues that you've created on your own. You had the opportunity to answer all of these questions for these people, and you refused to do so. And you abused your power. And then your attorney discriminates against me. And you know you did, because I'm scary. I look scary. How many people have heard that in their life? So all of this has happened to me because I look scary. This is like dealing with I don't mean to be offensive here. I'm going to say something. This is Mao Zedong right here. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. The communist crap that's coming out of this. You're discriminating against me. You just told me to watch my back on video. What are you doing? You called me racist, and then the man shows up at my house, and you're worried about me now because you're dealing with the issue? Grow a pair, bro. This man won't help me. No one helps me. You've all abused me. You won't even look at me. Go ahead, Linda, look at me. Look, Linda, look at what you've done. You want to grab it some more? How's it feel? I hope you're proud of what you've done. You're a disgrace. You sat here and told me that you didn't do exactly what you did with the SB 9. You covered for him for his tax theft, for using the city credit card, for the lies that you've done. How are those Nikes, bro? It was really interesting to see Tran. Was it Tran that came up and gave you the high five at the mayoral thing? And he left 5 minutes after. That's how little you mean to him. Why don't you grow a pair, bro? Do you understand? I've dealt with this man
And these police officers harassing me when I had death threats, just so you know, a year ago, you guys tried to take me down for someone death threatening me. He knows it. It's on video, man. All I did was ask for help. You guys have never done anything to help me. I have people at my house threatening me. I'm being harassed and stalked all the time. You're worried about a guy posting a picture? They're in front of my freaking house, bro. They're following me. Mao Zedong, all of you, this is ridiculous. You all need to go. You two especially.
At this time, I will go ahead and close the public comment period. And next we have item 7, consent calendar. Do we have?
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
can we please remove item 7F
all right.
for separate report?
I second. Do you have, would you like to make a motion then?
Mark, do you want to make a motion?
I move to remove item 7F. Oh,
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar except for item 7F.
There you go, second.
Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed on a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Robert, we have a report, please, on 7F.
Yes, thank you. Item 7F, Mayor and members of the City Council, follows up on a previous action taken by the council as it relates to a design for the C4 well. I'm going to ask Chris Kubert, Acting Director of Public Works, to provide a brief overview and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Lopez. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, Agenda Item 7F is a recommendation to approve a change order to the C4 well redesign and water treatment project. As council may recall, the existing C4 well is more than 50 years old and has experienced a significant decline in production capacity from the approximate 3,500 gallons per minute when originally constructed to approximately 1,500 gallons per minute today. On February 13th, 2025, the City Council awarded a contract to Hazen & Sawyer to redesign the C4 well and treatment system. Since that time, Hazen & Sawyer has been designing the new treatment system. In October 2025, the C4 well experienced a critical structural failure. Although emergency repairs returned the well to service, the repairs did not address the long-term deterioration of the well. After further evaluation, staff and our consultant determined that constructing a replacement well adjacent to the existing well is the most cost-effective and reliable long-term solution. A new well will restore production capacity, improve system reliability, and allow the city to continue maximizing the use of lower-cost groundwater rather than relying on expensive imported water. The requested change order of $153,080 expands Hazen & Sawyer's scope of work to include the engineering, design, and permitting for the replacement well. The revised design contract will total $1.5 million, and sufficient funding is available within the project's adopted $5 million budget. Therefore, staff recommends the City Council approve the change order and authorize the city manager or designee to execute project-related change orders in accordance with the city's purchasing and contracting policy. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Chris, for the report. Council, do we have any questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thanks for the report, Chris Kubert. So what is the current operating status of the C4 well?
Thank you, Mr. Yokoyama. The C4 well was, repairs were completed and put back into operation in early June 2026.
And what percentage capacity is it at?
We are pumping at roughly 1,500 to 1,700 gallons a minute right now, which is much lower than the original design of 3,500 gallons per minute.
That's less
So
than
roughly half.
Less than half.
Yes.
So have we, now that it's back up and running in June, and it was offline since October, now that it's up and running in June, have we stopped paying for the higher 3 or 4 times cost imported water?
No, we're still importing water.
So at this current 1,500 to 1,700 gallons per minute. Even with it now up and running at 1,500 to 1,700 gallons per minute production, we are going to have to still continue to use imported water.
Yes, that's correct. This is high season for water usage in the summertime. People are home, the weather's hot, people are irrigating their lawns. So we have much higher usage during now versus in the fall and winter.
And the imported water is about 3 to 4 times the cost of groundwater.
Yes, I believe the July 1 rate is approximately $1,700 an acre foot versus the groundwater is close to $500 or $600. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
So if we approve this contract that results in an additional $153,080 because of pivoting from repair to replacement, when will the design phase be done, and when can we look forward to having a newly built replacement well?
We expect the design to take a couple of months, hopefully finish up by the end of the calendar year, at which time we'll put an RFP package out and put it on the street for bid and begin the process to construct it. So maybe 28, end of 28, 2 years from construction to implementation. But again, it's a rough estimate right now.
When the well is complete, you're doing the best you can. Because this was a consent calendar item. That's what you came into the meeting thinking. It was a consent calendar item, and I agreed with Mr. Stallings that this definitely needed to not be a consent calendar item, and we needed to be transparent with the public about what is going on significantly with our water and sewer infrastructure, especially when we only have 3 wells. Is that right? This is one of our 3 wells.
That is correct.
Okay, so when this well, based on your best estimates tonight, when the replacement well is constructed 2.5 years from now, at the end of 2028, will we be able to stop paying for imported water at that time?
That's the goal, but until the well's designed, we don't know how much we'll be able to get out of, or the gallons per minute we'll be able to pump out of the ground. We have to have that designed to understand that first.
Okay, but we are looking at paying for imported water for the next 2.5 years or longer.
That could be the case, yes.
Okay. So the sooner we approve this, the sooner we get to a replacement well.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Just a follow-up question. Once the design is approved and the C4 well begins to be worked on to replace, it will not be usable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what's the plan?
So-
We have 2 other wells to make up for the loss of that, or we're just going to be replacing 100% of what we would have otherwise pumped out of C4 through imported water?
Yes, that's correct, and that was budgeted and taken account for into the Prop 218 study.
Okay. And you may have already stated it, but how long do you anticipate it would take for the C4 well to be replaced? About how long would it be offline?
Right now, estimates are 2 years.
Thank you.
Following up with that, so you said right now the C4 well is producing 1,500 to 1,700 gallons per minute.
Yes.
So when it goes offline, we're going to have to make that up by buying that imported water, which is the equivalent of 1,500 to 1,700 gallons per minute. We're going to have to buy those while C4 is offline.
Yes.
Imported water.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you,
Any other
Chris.
questions? I have a question. Chris, the imported water, is that absorbed through the general fund, or is that the consumer paying for the extra the costs of the imported water?
That's through the water fund, so residents pay for their usage.
Okay. Robert, did you want to say something?
One thing I'll just note to clarify is that yes, all those charges are paid out of the water fund, but to the extent there's still a shortfall from water revenues, any gap is covered by the general fund currently.
Okay. So we are still draining our general fund then because of the import of water. Okay.
Well, are you done, Mayor?
Yes.
This city council was informed back in 2025 when we were going over the water and sewer infrastructure, and we voted in October to put Proposition 218 hearing in place. We were told that on the rates that the council, the staff recommended rate schedule that the city council approved for the Proposition 218 hearing notice, those rates would result in an additional $12 million out of the general fund on top of the $33 million out of the general fund that had already been hemorrhaged. So with this news that we found out that we have to pivot away from repairing, we cannot repair the C4 well, we have to replace it. And so we're changing course. We thought we would be able to get more life out of the C4 well. We have to replace it instead of repair it. And then for the 2-year construction, we're going to have to pay for imported water, 1,500 to 1,700 gallons per minute. We have to pay for imported water, which is 3 to 4 times more expensive than groundwater. Are we still only going to spend $12 million out of the general fund over the next 5 years?
That's the projection that was included in the rate study based on projected costs of projects and projected revenues. We will know more precisely the impact of this project when we go out to bid.
Is it possible that the $12 million number is going to go lower?
Actuals will depend on revenues received and also the actual cost of projects, but that was the best estimate.
All of this C4 well replacement and purchasing of 1,500 to 1,700 gallons per minute of imported water for 2 years, all of that was factored into the $12 million that we're going to be subsidizing water and sewer for out of the next 5 years?
Yes, the well being offline for the period of construction was factored into the
Okay.
estimates. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have comments.
Is a question? Do we
question.
open up for public comments, Pam? Do we open up public comments on this item?
You already did.
We did,
when
okay.
You had item 6.
Correct, okay. Question?
Yes, thank you. That's what I say, yes, transparency is very important. And now that I think the residents do deserve to know, even for the design and redesign and the water treatment thing, design, all this we need to put out with the budgeting. And I hope the city manager can help to provide with Chris to provide more detailed information. So we need to know, and residents wants to know as well. Transparency is very important. So we are all understanding what's going on with these issues. This is very important, and is all the residents' major concern at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. If we have no other comments, questions, Mark, you have one? I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
So we don't have to have a separate public comment for this?
No, it was already under public comment item 6.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. The next item is public hearing, item 8A. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The first public hearing, item 8A, is a development proposal that comes to you at the recommendation of the Planning Commission. This is an exciting development at Los Cerritos Center for the former Sears department store building. An overview of this item will be given by current planning manager Amanda Acuna. And following her presentation, she and members of the project team will be available to answer any questions. Amanda?
Thank you, City Manager Lopez, and good evening, Honorable Mayor Johnson and members of the City Council. As mentioned, agenda item number 8A is a request by the applicant Exporting Goods Incorporated for the approval of Precise Plan 2026-6 to allow for the redevelopment of the former Sears site within the Los Cerritos Center, located at 100 Los Cerritos Mall. This evening, I will be presenting the proposed project and recommendation by the Cerritos Planning Commission. The proposal under this item represents a significant reinvestment in the Los Cerritos Center through the transformation of the former vacant department store into a new destination retail experience at the center. The project includes the construction of a new two-story Dick's House of Sports store and innovative retail concept by Dick's Sporting Goods that combines traditional retail along with interactive experience. For further details, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a presentation. The project site encompasses approximately 4.65 acres located at the northern end of Los Cerritos Center. The image on the left here is an aerial view of the overall Los Cerritos Center, showing the location of the 4.65 acre project site, which consists of the former Sears buildings and surrounding site. The Los Cerritos Center is generally bounded by 183rd Street to the north, beyond which is a Plaza 183rd Shopping Center, Interstate 605 or the San Gabriel River Freeway to the west, South Street to the south, and Gridley Road to the east. The image on the right provides a closer aerial view of the project site and the area proposed for redevelopment. Before you here on the left is a view of the former Sears building within the Los Cerritos Center, which was vacated in 2019. Since that time, the building has remained vacant with occasional temporary uses occupying portions of the space. On the right is a view of the current conditions of the project site looking south. Demolition permits for the former building were issued in March of 2026, and demolition is currently underway. The site is currently fenced as crews demolish the former building and associated loading areas. As mentioned, the applicant is requesting approval of Precise Plan 2026-6. The project includes the construction of a new approximately 142,000 square foot two-story retail building that combines traditional sporting goods sales with interactive customer experience. In addition to retail space, the facility will feature amenities such as an indoor climbing wall, golf simulators, and equipment testing and demonstration areas, allowing customers to try products before purchase. The project also includes a 18,500 square foot outdoor athletic field to support these activities. The building has been designed with a contemporary architectural design and enhanced materials, creating a distinctive new anchor for the Los Cerritos Center. Other site improvements include new landscaping and related site enhancements adjacent to the proposed new building. Before you here is the proposed site plan for the project. As shown, the project includes the retail building with the loading dock area generally located in the same location as the previous facility. Immediately to the west of the building is the outdoor athletic field, which will directly be accessible from the retail store. The site has been designed with extensive landscaping throughout the perimeters of the building, which will soften the appearance of both the building and the fenced outdoor athletic field. Along the eastern side of the building, you'll notice a dense landscape planter which will provide a variety of trees, shrubs, and other plantings to enhance the streetscape within the center. In addition, a parkway-style landscape planter will line the internal drive aisle, helping to create an attractive pedestrian environment while entering the Los Cerritos Center. The following slides include architectural renderings provided by the applicant to illustrate the proposed design of the new two-story Dick's House of Sports building, as well as the outdoor athletic field. This first rendering shows the building looking southwest. Prominently featured in this photo is the multi-story indoor rock climbing wall, visible through a proposed expansive storefront glazing. This rendering illustrates the building's frontage looking southeast. The main entrance is highlighted by a series of tower elements, including a central architectural feature that serves as the visual focal point for the building. The building incorporates a variety of enhanced materials, and material samples provided by the applicant are available at the dais for the council's review. These materials include decorative brick veneer, expansive storefront glazing, aluminum-plated cladding or ACM panels, as well as colors that represent the Dick's Sporting Goods signature Hartford green accents. This rendering depicts the proposed east side of the building. As mentioned, the project incorporates extensive landscaping along the building's perimeter as shown here. Consistent with the architectural treatment on all buildings' elevations, the east elevation incorporates decorative brick veneer with a change in pattern to break up the building mass visually, as well as portions of the previously shown expansive storefront glazing. The project exceeds the city's architectural design standards by incorporating enhanced materials well over the 40% of each building elevation. Lastly, this rendering shows the west side of the proposed building together with the outdoor athletic field. The west elevation continues the project's four-sided architectural treatment through the consistent use of the enhanced materials. The project site is located in Area Development Plan 21 or ADP 21. Earlier this year, the City Council adopted ADP 21 for Housing Element Site B at the Los Cerritos Center, allowing future residential development while retaining commercial uses. The proposed Dick's House of Sports project occupies approximately 4.65 acres and does not reduce or preclude the site's planned capacity for up to 375 future housing units as identified within the city's housing element. This project has been evaluated in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and the city's environmental impact report guidelines, as well as determined to be categorically exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15332, the class 32 infill development exemption. To support this, the city's environmental consultant, DUDEC, prepared a class 32 technical memorandum dated February 6th of this year, evaluating the project. The analysis concluded that the project satisfied all the criteria for the exemption and as well as the exceptions to the categorical exemption. The full analysis and supporting findings were included in Exhibit 25 and 26 of the agenda report tonight. Prior to this evening's meeting, staff received a written public letter regarding the project CEQA analysis. The letter raised concerns regarding the project's environmental review. Staff, along with the city attorney's office, reviewed the comment and determined that the issues raised had already been analyzed and addressed within the technical memorandum prepared by the environmental consultant along with staff. The city also received a letter from the applicant's traffic consultant providing additional information regarding the project's traffic and vehicle miles travel analysis in response to the concerns raised within the letter. All written comments and supporting materials have been provided to the City Council and made available to the public as part of tonight's evening's public hearing. Staff has carefully reviewed all of submitted material and continued to conclude that the project qualifies for the Class 32 exemption. The Planning Commission considered the project on July 1st of this year and recommended that the City Council approve Precise Plan 2026-6 for the redevelopment of the former Sears site. Public hearing notice for tonight's public hearing were posted, published, and mailed in accordance with the Cerritos Municipal Code, and all agenda materials were made available on the city's website. At this time, it is recommended that the City Council review and discuss the information provided, conduct a public hearing, and adopt a resolution approving Precise Plan 2026-6 for the Dick's House of Sports project. At this time, this concludes staff's presentation. The community development staff, as well as the applicant and the city's environmental consultant, are available to answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, for the report. And to Sabrina and Kristen as well for the preparation of the report. Do we have any questions from the city council?
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Amanda, for the presentation. Appreciate the visuals. Would like to highlight slide 6. If we could go to that. I like the glass element. I like how it's inviting to what I'm guessing is going to be a rock climbing wall. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Also on slide 8, I appreciate the effort to landscape what otherwise looks like a really long and large wall. I appreciate that breaks it up because people are going to have to walk along that way to get to the front entrance. And I guess there's no side entrance. There's only one way in. Is that correct?
There are exterior entrance, correct. There is one on the north end. It is also interconnected with the rest of
the rest of the mall.
The mall, correct.
Wonderful.
On the south.
That would be great. But for people who park just east of there, they would have to walk along that pathway, which is nicely landscaped, to enter from the front, which we already saw in slide 6. And then slide 9. That's gorgeous. You know, see that. What would you call that? As a play area, or is that a demonstration area, or where people could test out gear, equipment? Is that
that is
the purpose
correct.
of that area?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Could you go back to slide 7? So I just have a concern on from the center all the way to the right. For me, it looks like a penitentiary. It looks like a prison. I'm just being honest. That's the first thing that popped out at me when I saw that. And I'm just curious if there's a reason why we need to have such a high, what looks like a chain link fence. Is there any interest to have some vines that would grow along that to make it look a little bit more or a little less industrial looking? It's just, from my view of it. And, I don't mean to disrespect the person who designed this, but maybe if they're present, maybe they could talk about what the thought was, why we need not just one section, but 2 sections, and then a third section that really brings it, I don't even know how high that is. I'm guessing 10, 20, 30, 40 feet high. And I don't know how long that is. I don't know, I'm guessing at least the width of a football, not the length of a football field, but maybe the width of a football field if it contains inside what looks like a half of a football field. Maybe I'm just completely off, but that seems like a very long, very tall, what looks like a chain link fence that gives the appearance that we want to keep something out of there. It kind of sends a message like, hey, don't try and climb in here, to anyone who might want to climb into this nice play area. It's just completely opposite message from what you saw on the eastern side, glass, really inviting. It's a beautiful architectural element. I'm wondering, because I didn't watch the planning commission meeting, if any of these issues were brought up, and if they weren't, I mean, if they were, I'd love to hear what some of the feedback was from the from that discussion. And if it wasn't brought up, if staff could address the thought behind that element of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In relation to the design of the fencing around the outdoor athletic field, I'll leave for the applicant and their design team, who is present tonight, to comment on that. I will address your other questions, though. While it did not come up in the Planning Commission meeting regarding the height or the width of the outdoor field, I'd be happy to answer those questions. Within the presentation packet, it seems the plans identify that the outdoor field is approximately 115 feet in width and 150 feet in depth. And in terms of the height of the fencing, is approximately 25 to 30 feet in height. So shorter than the proposed building. But that's the proposed height, so shorter than, again, yeah, the adjacent building, retail building. In relation to the surrounding area to the fence, there is I don't have the width, but there is landscaping proposed along the southern and western side of that to balance some of, or to soften some of the fence.
So landscaping other than the very low shrubbery that we see here? What type of landscaping are we talking about to break up that big fence?
We have the applicant here. Do you want to ask?
Yeah, and if the applicant is here, if they could address some of these issues, these concerns.
I'd like to invite someone from the team, if they can speak to questions that the Mayor Pro Tem has. Thank you. Good evening.
I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development for Dick's Sporting Goods, 345 Court Street, Coraopolis, Pennsylvania. This is not uncommon. We get questions about the fence quite regularly. Okay. It does need to be relatively high because there are activities on the field that, you know, soccer, baseball, that we need to keep projectiles in. Right.
Oh,
so there's
okay.
a
That's a good
containment
reason.
aspect to it. I think some of what you're seeing in this is a little bit of perspective of the image, because the building is about 250 feet wide. The fence is 121. So I think in this image, it's taking up more than half of the image, and it seems overpowering at this angle.
Yeah, got it.
But it is 121 by 153 feet, which is much smaller and in both height and scale than the building next to it. So I think in reality, it looks very different. Part of the impact of the field is that it sort of extends the facade and creates this impressive overall viewpoint when you arrive at the store. And our design teams believe that when it's activated and people are out on the field, it's going to be something interesting. People are going to be curious. People are going to be looking in. So we purposely don't put arborvitae and tall trees around it because we don't want to block it out and hide it from the public. We use the term retail theater. We like the idea of people being intrigued and interested in what's happening out there, because the uses of the field are pretty broad. Lots of times it's open play. That's probably the most common, just unscheduled time where you can go out and try on a pair of sneakers, kick a soccer ball, let your kids run around. But we also program it for events that we want the field to be a blank canvas for our store teams to engage the community. So we'll do clinics, we'll do community events. We might work with a local vendor to do a fitness boot camp. You can also rent the field for birthday parties. This is a space that we want to create a real feeling of an amenity for the community. So it's going to be very active, and there's going to be a lot going on out there. So we don't want to hide it. So it's a little bit of a different viewpoint. We do hear it a lot, I will say, in person, and when you see one of these stores, I think it's a very impactful visual arrival moment when you see the store all lit up with the field. And it will be lit at night. You don't see the lights in this day view, but it'll be fully lit, so it kind of lends itself to that retail theater concept.
Okay. What wonderful, just to hear all of that. And I could envision it, if there's a lot of activity there that, you know, people aren't going to focus on the fence. They're going to be looking through, and they could see, what did you call it? Retail theater?
Retail theater. It's just
Yeah,
kind of
retail
a
theater.
term we coined.
I get that. It'll draw people in. That's what I had heard conceptually as we were, you know, hearing word around town that this was going to come before us. So that's exciting to see. Of course, right up on the field, you know, what was that, slide 9? It's gorgeous. So I can imagine right when you're up in it. My concern was, you know, as, you know, people are parking and they see this, you know, because they're not going to be able to see what's going on until they're like right within, you know, a few feet or yards what's happening on the field. But what they'll see, oftentimes, you know, they're pulling into the parking lot. They'll see the fence. So it being lit up at nighttime, I think that's going to be helpful and inviting. I am going to be concerned about, you know, how bright it's going to be, especially at nighttime, and that much lit up because of the freeway, right?
The lights that we use on all of our fields are designed as full cutoff lights, which means they're designed to shine down onto the field of play, not
Right.
up into the night sky, and they don't spill out into the parking lot. They're specifically designed to contain that sort of
Okay.
controlled, you know, lighting. So
That's
you
cool.
will be able to see it. It will be a illuminated object. There's no stopping the visibility of it, but it doesn't shine outward such that it would be a distraction to cars or other structures, buildings, businesses around it.
Okay. And I don't know if it's in the, it wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but is there going to be a art in public places component to this development? And if so, perhaps somehow it could be incorporated into that area, so it helps draw people in also and break up the fence. Something different than landscaping that, as you were saying, would block the visibility of what's going on inside. Is there, Mr. City Manager or staff, plans for an art and public places component to this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the applicant is aware of the requirement to comply with the Art and Public Places program. At this point, their tentative plan is to simply pay the fee in lieu of donating or providing artwork on site. So that's their current plan.
Okay. And then that, of course, we know as a city, we could use that anywhere in the city, but is there any staff discussion about how we might incorporate it into the site? Since I guess the applicant isn't particularly interested in conceiving of it themselves, but giving it back to the city. Has there been initial thoughts about how those monies could be applied to this project?
We'd be happy to talk again to the mall owner to see if there's any interest in having the artwork applied to the location.
Okay, yeah, I'd be interested in that. But of course, working with the applicant so that you know, it could further enhance what you're already doing to create retail theater. I like that idea.
We've had a great experience with staff throughout this months-long process to collaborate and coordinate on this design. This has evolved over time. This is actually one of the most, I would say, highly elevated stores that we are going to do in the entire fleet. We have 725 of these of our stores, our Dick's stores across the country. Right now there are 39 open, and we're aiming for about 100 to be open in the calendar year of 2029. There are only 2 others that are in development that will look like this. This is the most. This is the flagship of flagships, if you will. So we will absolutely continue to coordinate with staff and have the discussion about the artwork. We fully, you know, have pro forma'd it, have budgeted for it, so we understand the requirement and happy to further the discussion.
Where's that other flagship located?
Neither are open yet. One will be outside of the Boston metro, and another one in Oregon, where in the shadow of the Nike headquarters.
And ours is going to be bigger and better, right?
Yours is going to be the biggest of the three.
Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Tell me your name again.
Brian Basic.
Brian. How do you spell your last name?
B-A-C-I-K.
B-A-C-I-K. Brian, thank you. You have addressed all of my concerns.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, can I have a question? Sure. Thank you, and thank you so much to have the flagship of the flagships. You know, we're so happy to hear that, and hopefully this would definitely bring in a lot of sales revenue for Cerritos. We've been waiting for this kind of project to show up, and thank you for participating in this. I only have a concern because I've been seeing a lot of this kind of retails, and maybe you already have in plan or whatever, but I find out there's a lot of, it's kind of like Nordstrom, you know, you have the retreat center, you have a sit down and relaxing area, or maybe you can have a coffee shop, something like that. I mean, that would motivate more people when they're shopping, and because the store is so big, you know what I mean? So for them to have a place to sit down, you can also do more sales, and you know, this is just my thought, because I've noticed a lot of city, even other country, they kind of combine this kind of shopping, retail, with relaxation, with, you know, eating and family getting together. So it's just my personal suggestion. I don't know if you put that into the thought, because I know Nordstrom do sales a lot for their small coffee shop when you go inside, and even their coffee, their restaurant business is very good as well.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. As of right now, we don't have food or cafe options in any of our stores, from the legacy stores all the way to the new ones. It has been considered, but it's a little bit outside of our comfort zone. When you talk about, you know, a smoothie bar or a coffee bar bringing in fresh food, it just is a different labor model, and it's a different core competency. We're focusing our differentiation on the experiential, components. We've got golf simulators and a Golf Pro in our golf department. It's like having a Golf Galaxy right in the store. We've got the climbing wall, which you saw in that imagery. With this one, will be a 4-sided climbing wall with that glass framing around the front, which is reserved for our, you know, most successful units, at least the ones that we forecast to be. And of course, the field. Not every one of our houses of sport is able to accommodate a field, but we have the field, and we have our indoor batting cage. So we've got what we think is a really great lineup of differentiating components that make this more than just a retail location, and will keep people coming back and keep people interested in what we have to offer here. We do have the ability to rent out the field. And the field fence actually has a gate in it where we can bring in food vendors for events if that is something that the event calls for. But no real plans right now company-wide to start to introduce a food component to any of our units.
I understand that. Thank you. You do what you are the best. You know, that's fine. I agree with that. But I also have a concern. When you say we can rent it out privately to the different parties, so when you do that, you rent it out, that means you are not allowing the other shopper or, you know, people to go inside when you rent it out separately.
Yeah, for that portion of time, if it's a birthday party or a corporate event, the field can be separated into half. There's basically a line that we can draw a curtain, and you can have half the field reserved, or you can reserve the whole field. So yeah, if someone rents it out for that purpose, it would be their space for that allotted period of time. If there is an event, you know, we'll be limited by how many people can be on the field per code, so there'll be registration. But we would have, you know, we want the field to be welcoming, so we want the community to use it. So we're gonna host a lot of events that are meant to bring people in and get as many people to the store as possible. But in those timeframes where we have it available for private rental, then that would be their space for that period of time.
Wonderful. So what do you think, what is your projection to this project going to be finished? What is your goal?
So right now, the project schedule has us opening in the spring of 2028. Hopefully, we will get control of the building pad at the end of this year and start construction before the end of 2026, and we'll open in the spring of 28. We are hyper-focused on having California stores open and operating at least a couple of months before the 2028 Olympics.
Great.
What we learned at the existing Cerritos store around the World Cup, we did a pop-up store in the parking lot, and we had 1,500 people a day visiting just that little pop-up store. It catapulted the Cerritos location to the #1 store for World Cup merchandise in our entire fleet. So when we've got 142,000 square feet to play with of flexible space where we can bring in, just next level Olympic displays and merchandise, we really want to lean in. And this will be our biggest California store for the Olympics, and it's going to be spectacular. So long-winded way of saying we're looking to open in the spring of 28, probably in March.
Wonderful. We're looking forward for that. Thank you very much for choosing Cerritos as one of your most important and the most outstanding flagship store here. It looks like it's going to be a state of the art, and nobody can compete with our city. And not to mention, it would definitely draw more business into our mall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Brian. Cerritos is really lucky that we have had this years-long relationship with Dick's Sporting Goods. And thank you for confirming that we are, that we're your top store, if not one of your top stores, the Dick's Sporting Goods. So one thing is, I was at a conference and I ran into a colleague from Arizona, and she said that Dick's House of Sport, the one in Glendale, Arizona, is awesome. Okay, so that's up and running, right?
Yes, correct.
And she said it was awesome, and Cerritos is lucky that we're going to have a Dick's House of Sport. So you said 39. There's 39 Dick's House of Sport.
Correct.
So we're the only one being planned in California right now?
Not the only one being planned in California. We just haven't opened any in California yet. There are 2 California stores that will open in the spring of next year, one in Sacramento, one in San Diego. Quite frankly, California is a focus of ours, just generally, because of the way that the company started in Binghamton, New York, and then kind of grew in concentric circles. So the way we entered California was mostly through acquisition. So a lot of our stores aren't, the one in Cerritos we actually built, but a lot of our stores in California we acquired. So it wasn't the best representation of our brand. So this is the best representation of our brand, and that's what we're trying to do in California. It's just hard to do on a short time frame, and so we're hyper focused on getting a handful of them open, houses of sport open by Olympics 2028. But there'll be dozens more in the state.
In California.
In California.
But based on what you said, when Dick's House of Sport Cerritos opens in the spring of 2028, we might be the third. Sacramento, San Diego, Cerritos.
Yeah, we have others in Fresno. Couple more, and I'd have to check. You're testing my my portfolio knowledge here, but you will be in the first, let's say, 10 for sure.
Okay.
Probably closer to top 5 for first 5.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that we're moving forward with the plan of being open ahead of the Olympics.
Yeah.
And is Dick's Sporting Goods Cerritos going to be open until open the whole time until Dick's House of Sport Cerritos opens?
Yes. Yes, we will not be dark in the market for a day. We will close one day and open the next, and then complete our move-out process over a period of time afterwards. But we will have doors open in one location
continuously.
Great.
Does Dick's Sporting Goods and Dick's House of Sport have an idea, a ballpark on what sort of what sort of growth in sales there is between Dick's Sporting Good and your upscale new a new brand Dick's House of Sport?
So typically when we look at a store in a market where we have an existing store, we can pretty routinely count on doubling the sales. Now, the most common footprint of a Dick's Sporting Goods store is 50,000 feet on one level. So if the existing store were 50,000 feet on one level and we were going to this, I would tell you we might even triple it. You have a larger store in the mall today, so doubling it would be pretty remarkable, but we do expect a significant sales multiplier.
Optimistically doubling sales.
Doubling would definitely be optimistic, but I wouldn't say out of the realm of possibility. The other thing with California, because we don't have the organic developed stores where we know how well we can do, I think the sky's the limit. I really do. I mean, I think this could be a very, very high performing store. We don't disclose individual store unit forecasts, so I can't give you a number. But I mean, as evidenced by the investment that we're making and the architectural significance of this and putting all the components in and making it 22,000 feet bigger than our prototype, I think the company is putting its money where its mouth is. I think this one's going to be a home run.
I'm happy to hear that you have a track record of significant growth, a significant increase in sales between in the same market, going from a Dick's Sporting Good to a Dick's House of Sport.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a couple follow-up questions. And I think you stated it earlier, but of the 725 Dick's Sporting Goods stores, where does the Cerritos store rank in terms of generating sales?
The current, I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I don't have that information with me.
Okay.
It is. I can say that a big part of our strategy with House of Sport is to find the locations where we already exist and do very well, and move as close to where that store is as possible. Because we already know the Cerritos customer is here. We know that store does very well. And lucky for us that there's real estate that can accommodate this size of a store available basically across the hall. But we don't want to go too far from where we already are. That's really sort of the simplicity of our real estate strategy, is move across the street, move down the hall, and get bigger and better. Very few, with 725 stores, there's very little what we call white space, where it's just a net new store and we're not closing one to relocate it. So by virtue of being a candidate for a store like this, the Cerritos store does very well.
Okay. No, the reason I asked is, geez, it's already been 12 years, right? When I was first mayor, 2014, 2015, that was part of Phase 5 expansion of the Los Cerritos Center. And it had been years since we had expanded. And that was a major part of that expansion, that along with Cheesecake Factory and Harkins Theaters, which I believe has driven the success of the Los Cerritos Center out of the Great Recession. We were conceiving of all of that in support of Macerich's efforts, because we believed that, as the saying goes, if you build it, they'll come. And they did. So I am just kind of curious where we stand across your 725 stores. And to hear that we're going to remain open all the way until the day that you open up Dick's House of Sport. This next question that I have is probably more for staff, but is there discussions already with Macerich about what's going to potentially happen in the current Dick's Sporting Goods site after they moved into the newer expanded flagship of flagships, Dick's House of Sport in Cerritos?
I can answer that. We are in preliminary discussions with Macerich about potential plans, but there's nothing specific we can report this evening.
Okay, you're going to keep us waiting. Cool. That's all I have. Thank you. And Brian, thank you, and kudos to your entire team that helped present this to us. I'm very excited.
Thank you for your time
Thank
and your
you.
consideration tonight.
I have one more question. My turn. Sorry. Quick question. Has the Dick's House of Sport explored the possibility of creating co-branded merchandise featuring the Dick's House of Sport logo as well as the City of Cerritos logo? I think items such as T-shirts, hats, mugs, water bottles could help promote both the store and the city, especially as we look ahead to the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games as a sports and retail destination.
I don't believe that discussion has been raised up to this point. I'm not quite certain that we've ever done anything like that at our other locations, but we want to be partners with the city. So if we're willing to have the conversation.
Yeah, I'd love to have the conversation as
Sure.
well, and if staff can follow up with them on that.
We'd be happy to talk to them about that possibility.
Thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and open up for public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Cindy, do we have any public comments, call-in speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one speaker raising their hand. Speaker Haley Uno, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Good evening. My name is Haley Uno. I am a law clerk from Lozo Drury LLP, here on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER respectfully requests that the City Council find that the Dick's House of Sport project is not exempt from CEQA and require the city to prepare an initial study followed by an MND or EIR. The project does not qualify for an infill exemption because there is substantial evidence that the project will have significant traffic impacts. Transportation expert Norman Marshall reviewed the exemption and found several flaws with the city's traffic impact analysis. For example, the city found that the project was screened from further VMT modeling because the project site is within the high-quality transit corridor and meets other criteria. However, as Mr. Marshall demonstrated, the project site does not fall under the statutory definition of high-quality transit corridor because the project site is serviced by several transit agencies with infrequent bus routes at intervals of 30 minutes or more. Therefore, the project is not screened out from further analysis. Additionally, the city's own VMT analysis shows that the project will have significant impacts. The city's assessment concluded that the project would generate around 3,800 weekday trips and 5,600 Saturday trips, but implied that these trips were offset by trips that were generated by the Sears department store located on the project site, which closed in 2019. But a Sears store that closed 7 years ago cannot be used as part of the baseline for this project. CEQA requires the lead agency to analyze the environmental baseline as it actually exists at the time the environmental analysis commenced. Thus, the proper baseline is one of no current use of the project site. Compared to that baseline, the project's generation of 3,800 weekday and 5,600 Saturday trips is a significant impact that warrants full analysis and mitigation. For these reasons, the project does not qualify for the infill exemption. SAFER requests that the City Council decline to approve the project until an MND or EIR is prepared. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers?
There are no other remote speakers raising their hand. I believe we have one in-person speaker.
Okay. Mr. Plowman?
Would you like to ask the attorney to respond to the phone call before I speak or not?
No.
David Pyleman. So I'd like to start by acknowledging that I was present at the Planning Commission meeting, and I was very impressed by the presence of the number of people from Dick's at that day and again tonight. My only comments are in reference to placement of this facility on the lot. So I'm not a person in favor of the train, but we should consider that if the train comes through, how we best maybe can maximize the use of this space. And so I don't see that that the Dick's Sporting Goods would bring a lot of people through on the train to visit the store. I think there are probably better uses for that area of the shopping center that would complement the train process. So just as some of the people in my area, when we contemplated the placement of the Starbucks at the corner of Del Amo and Bloomfield, there were theaters previously on the location of the Cerritos Center in the westerly portion. A large area there that could be used for someplace. This would be a good location for a plot that is this large. So that's my comment. And again, going back to the housing element, if we are in favor of having a train come in, wouldn't it be best for us to have housing if we're going to have something in that portion of the Cerritos Center? Those are my comments. But I am impressed with the presentation that Dick's has presented to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other speakers, I will go ahead and close public comments.
Mayor, at this time, we have one additional remote participant.
Thank you.
Speaker Chelly Valadez, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Speaker.
Okay, so I'm looking at the whole plan about the Dick's House of Sports, and it sounds great. My only concern is, what is the city going to implement for public safety? I know recently we have had a lot of occurrences around the mall, and with this new development and a lot more people being attracted to it, what is the safety looking like for everybody else with more people coming in?
Is that the end of your comments or your
Yes.
remarks?
Yes, yes. I just wanted to know if there's a plan in place or if that's something you're going to consider about more safety at the mall.
Do we take in phone numbers or anything like that where staff can contact them?
We do not take in phone numbers from Zoom. However, if the speaker would like to provide our office tomorrow or via email at city_clerk@cerritos.gov, you may provide your contact information so that staff may reach out to you.
I will go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comments.
And Mayor, if I may note the written comments.
Oh, that's right. Go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, I will announce that prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of the 2 written comments submitted for item 8A. A request for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, we are on item 8A, public hearing. We still have item 8B for another public hearing. And we also
Madam
have
Mayor?
items 9A, B,
We still have to approve.
9A, B, and C. I'm going to ask my council colleagues to be mindful of the time and to please keep your comments for this item as well as the 8B, 9A, B, and C as brief as you can. I want to be mindful of the time. So we will go ahead and have final comments on 8A. Do we have any final comments on 8A?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. I thought I said everything, but I just wanted to respond to Mr. Pileman. It was wonderful to hear your comments, even though you made comments, against the train. At least you're open to having a conversation about what might be located at the Los Cerritos Center, and then for also to mention about housing, which is transit-oriented development. That I appreciate that feedback, and I know earlier you had made a comment to me about wanting to have an hour conversation. I'm really open to that, especially after your comments about this. So that's all I have to say further. And at the appropriate time, I'd love to make the motion to approve this. Thank you.
Second.
Excuse me, can I make comments, please? I'd like to hear the comments maybe from city manager or from attorney about the other speaker on the Zoom regarding the CEQA review. Am I right?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Hong. And I'd like to reiterate that on Friday, July 24th, the city did receive comments from the SAFER organization regarding claims that the project is not exempt under CEQA for the Class 32 infill exemption. And they basically said that their grounds are based on three claims. One, that the project site isn't located along a high-quality transit corridor. Two, that the parking analysis was inadequate and misleading. And three, the store closure from Sears in 2019 was not appropriate for review as the baseline. And that all went to the fact that they believe that there was inadequate study with respect to transportation and traffic concerns, which would pull it out of CEQA's Class 32 exemption. And LLG, which is the consultant that provided the traffic review for DUDEC, they also provided a response to those three claims. You received those today in response to each of the claims that they made. And basically, first, to address the high-quality transit corridor issue, the city relied on SCAGS, which is the regional planning for transportation and housing. They've already designated the areas around the Cerritos Mall as a high quality transit corridor as part of their regional transportation plan. And so with the deference to the regional analysis from SCAG, that's where the high quality transit corridor comes from. With respect to the parking issue, there is a net reduction in the parking for this project of 55 spaces, so it actually does reduce the traffic for this project site, notwithstanding the fact that they had made claims that the project is overparked as in totality for the mall. We look at this specific project, notwithstanding any other issues with the surrounding properties. And lastly, with the Steers closure, the analysis actually did a conservative approach. They took the gross project trips with the current analysis, and based on the conservative analysis of the impacts of the weekday VMTs and the weekends, they still concluded that there was no significant impact with respect to traffic. And the consultant is here and available to further provide analysis, but it's all included within the memo that was provided today.
Thank you. Do you mind we have the consultant can give us some explanation since they're here? Thank you.
Good evening. I'd be happy to respond to any questions that you might have about the VMT and our responses that we put together this afternoon, basically in response to the SAFER letter. So specifically, what questions would you happen to have?
What's your name and your position?
My apologies. My name is Trissa Allen. I'm with Linscott Law and Greenspan Engineers, and we were the ones that put together the VMT screening and trip generation assessment for the Dick's House of Sport.
Thank you. And what is your conclusion and what your study? Everything is okay for our city and for safety, for transportation, for parking?
Yes, if in fact, if I can just give a very quick overview, that the focus of the analysis is very consistent with the city's guidelines on traffic impact studies, which is in accordance with the County of Los Angeles as well, with regards to VMT screening, VMT analysis, which has really evolved in time. It used to be levels of service, if that's something that you're familiar with. You know, older traffic impact studies under CEQA required level of service analysis. But ever since SB 743, where the state's goal in reducing GHG for air quality purposes and all that, we have since moved on to the analysis of VMT. And with that, and upon our very close coordination with city staff, we knew that what we had as a basis for our test, screening test for this was based on SCAG, which for all other jurisdictions, it's the same approach that we apply. We basically go by what SCAG has predefined as major transit centers or high quality, specific to our project, it's the high quality transit corridors. And we've been able to determine that per the the latest and currently available map put together by SCAG, that each roadway adjoining Los Cerritos Center, which is basically 183rd on the north, Gridley on the east, and then South on the south, that each one of those are high quality transit corridors, which means that there's a very clear indication that the project meets the screening criteria of for VMT, that basically says that the project can be considered to have less than significant traffic impacts. So that's essentially, the approach, again, consistent with area-wide standards of how to conduct VMT screening and apply to the project.
Thank you for your explanation. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other comments, I'll make a comment.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm glad to hear that we're relying on the we're relying on the data from SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments. I'm honored that I have been the regional council member representing Cerritos, Artesia, Hawaiian Gardens, and Norwalk on the SCAG Regional Council since 2019. So again, I'm glad that we are looking at the data from SCAG's Connect SoCal to confirm that this is a HQTC. Also, we got Trissa Allen's memo. The City Council got Trissa Allen's memo today. It was sent to us at 5 p.m. It was emailed to the City Council today at 5 p.m. Is this going to be part of the public record, or do I have to put this in the public record?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Yokoyama. This will be included in the official record.
Okay, because we got it after 3 p.m., but you're confirming it's going to be in the public record for this agenda item.
Yes, as this is a public hearing, it will be included.
Okay, so Trissa, we got this. The City Council got this emailed to us before the meeting. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay, I'm just, pleased to support this project. It's not just a store, it's an experience. This project represents a type of economic development that strengthens our city, attracting a nationally recognized retailer, creating jobs, activating our commercial center, and generating additional sales tax revenue that helps support the services our residents value. As we look ahead to the 2028 Olympics and Paralympic Games coming to Los Angeles, Cerritos is well positioned to benefit from increased regional tourism and activity. So I'd like to thank Community Development for their hard work and involvement in this project, and many thanks to Dick's Sporting Goods, Los Cerritos Center for their partnerships in bringing this project forward. So I proudly support this item. And I believe we have a motion and a second. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Mark Polito, and the second was made by Councilmember Frank Yokoyama. Let's go ahead and vote. Great, congratulations to the
Motion
applicant.
passes 4-0.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. All right. Next up, we have item 8B. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 8B is also a public hearing with a development proposal. This is for a proposed exterior remodel at the northwest corner of the shopping center located at the northwest corner of Artesia Boulevard and Carmenita Road. An overview of this project will be given by Senior Planner Jeremy Lowe, and following his presentation, he and members of the team would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Cerritos Council members. Applicant Sarkis Tartarian is requesting approval of Precise Plan 1969-5 2026 amendment to permit an exterior remodel of several commercial buildings at the commercial shopping center located at the northwest corner of Artesia Boulevard and Carmenita Road. The proposal also includes improvements to the parking lot and new landscaping. For further details, I would like to direct your attention to the screen for a presentation. This is an aerial view of the subject property. The property is bordered on the north by Stowers Elementary School, on the south by Artesia Boulevard, on the west by properties zoned single-family residential, and on the east by Carmenita Road. This is an enlarged aerial view that shows the details of the property. The project scope is outlined in blue and only includes commercial and retail buildings on the northerly portion of the shopping center. The other parcels, shaded in blue, are not included in the project scope due to the multiple property ownership structure of the entire shopping center. Here are photographs of the existing retail spaces of the shopping center. On the left is a view of the former market space, and on the right is a view of the inline retail stores. Both images show minimal landscaping in the existing parking lot. The applicant is proposing to refresh the exterior facades of the subject property with new materials and paint. Here are proposed elevations for the former market space. At the top is the front elevation of the market, showing charcoal gray metal fascia panels and wood-textured aluminum tube columns wrapped with stacked stone veneer. The sign area at the front will be reduced and will be the same wood-textured aluminum material. The reduced sign area will review more of the storefront glazing behind it. At the bottom is the front elevation showing the actual storefront. The exterior will be repainted pure white with a strip of dark gray paint to mimic the charcoal gray metal fascia. The stone veneer on the columns will be light colored to complement the pure white paint. Here are proposed elevations for the inline retail building. As you can see at the bottom of the slide, the charcoal gray metal fascia panels will be accented by titanium white tower elements with a metal block pattern. The same wood-textured aluminum tube columns with light-colored stacked stone veneer is proposed to be consistent with the market space. The same gray metal panels, are proposed on the rear elevations to provide visual interest and complement the new front facade materials. This is the proposed site plan and conceptual landscape plan. The shopping center was originally approved and developed in 1970. The approval of the shopping center and its construction precedes the city's adoption of landscape and parking standards, and therefore, the existing landscape and parking is a legal, non-conforming condition. In compliance with the Cerritos Municipal Code, the applicant is proposing to significantly increase the amount of landscaping throughout the site and repave and restripe the parking lot. Other site improvements include relocating the row of parking directly adjacent to the inline retail spaces and creating an enhanced outdoor area with covered dining spaces surrounded by raised stone planters. The applicant is also proposing to add additional landscape planters throughout the parking lot in compliance with the Cerritos Municipal Code. In regards to parking, the project requires a total of 209 parking stalls for the project area. The existing parking count for the project area is 192 parking stalls. Due to the increased landscape areas and enhanced outdoor dining areas, the applicant is proposing 191 parking stalls, a net loss of only 1 parking stall within the subject area. In circumstances of legal nonconforming conditions, the city seeks reasonable compliance with the Cerritos Municipal Code when total compliance is not attainable. As a result of the applicant's efforts to increase landscaping, the project brings the property into reasonable compliance. Additionally, to ensure sufficient parking is available for the new tenants, a parking analysis may be required by staff prior to approval of future tenant business licenses at that time. This is a perspective rendering facing the northwest showing the parking lot and landscape improvements. The applicant is proposing landscape planters throughout the parking lot consistent with the city's landscape standards and policies. This is a perspective rendering facing north from the drive aisle in front of the market space. Note the pure white paint and wood textured metal columns and wood textured metal sign area with stacked stone veneer in front of the market space. This is a perspective rendering showing from the front of the market space facing northeast, showing the new inline retail spaces and covered outdoor dining areas. Note the lighter metal paneled tower elements protruding from the new charcoal gray metal fascia. To the left is a proposed water feature and seat wall planter, while to the right are covered dining areas protected by raised planters. Note the planters and building columns will both be wrapped with stacked stone veneer, and the columns will feature a wood texture like in the front of the market space. Here is an additional perspective rendering on the easterly end of the inline retail buildings facing west, showing the outdoor dining area and covered walkway in greater detail. Again, note the wood textured metal columns, stone veneer on planters and columns, metal soffits under the tower elements, and potted plants. This concludes the details of the proposed use. Pursuant to Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, this project is categorically exempt from CEQA review, as it is an existing facility being remodeled. The Planning Commission considered the project on July 1st, 2026, and recommended that the City Council approve Precise Plan 1969-5, 2026 amendment. Public hearing notices were posted and published on July 17th, 10 days prior to tonight's meeting. Staff did not receive any comments from the public from the public hearing notices. Before you this evening is consideration of the Precise Plan amendment to permit a major exterior remodel and related site improvements to a commercial shopping center at the northwest corner of Carmenita Road and Artesia Boulevard. At this time, it is recommended that the City Council review and discuss the information provided, conduct a public hearing, and waive full reading of and adopt a resolution approving the Precise Plan amendment. This concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time. The project manager and the project architect is in the audience tonight to answer questions from the council as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the council? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Lowe, for your presentation and the staff that worked on the report. I really appreciate the upgrade to the facades and the use of stone veneer and the wood element. Is there a similar board to the Dick's Sporting Goods for this? If not, that's okay. But I mean, if there was one, I don't see it up here.
The samples provided were metal panels, which weren't able to fit on a board. But
Okay.
the staff does have samples in the City Hall.
Okay. From what I see, from the presentation and also the materials that you provide here, this is a significant upgrade to what is the current condition. And let's just be honest, it's been an eyesore for the community for far too long. I remember when it was a vibrant part of the local community, when Alpha Beta was the supermarket. That was a long, long time ago. So I'm eager to find out what business is going to be located in the anchor store there. you know, it wasn't a part of the presentation, but I think with these enhancements and the landscaping and so forth, I think will help attract businesses to this sorely depressed commercial area. I just got to underscore that this is a long time coming, and I'm very grateful to the staff working with the property owners, the applicants to bring this to us, and also the Planning Commission for their efforts. My question is with regard to the seeded areas along the north part of the development. I appreciate that there are the planters there, and that'll provide for greater safety. And also, it's a nice enhancement to that area. But I'm wondering how you're able to make up for the loss in parking with just a net loss of one parking space. Can you walk us through that? I suspect I know the answer to it, but you know, if you could go into a little detail about how you're able to almost maintain the current level of parking available.
Yeah, so staff worked with the applicants. We went back and forth on how to minimize the loss of parking while providing the maximum amount of landscaping, or at least to meet the minimum landscaping requirements for the site. In the staff report, but not mentioned in tonight's hearing, but I guess I'll mention it now. Existing landscaping comprised about 5% of the project site, where the city of Cerritos requires 15% of the site to be landscaped. And the applicants are now providing over 15% landscaping, like 15.8. And so they're tripling landscaping, again, while also only resulting in a net loss of one parking space. They achieved that by restriping the parking lot, especially in the backside, on the backside of the market. The parking stalls were larger than the city's standard parking requirements, and so they were able to pick up parking there. And they also restriped some parking on the easterly side, adjacent to Carmenita, where there was a drive aisle. They're actually enclosing the drive aisle, so that picked up some additional parking space as well. So even though they added outdoor dining, which costed 16 parking stalls,
okay,
they were able to make up 15 parking stalls. So
excellent. So they made up the 15 by going to more standard size parking spaces behind the buildings.
Correct.
Okay. So how about the existing spaces in the front? Are they remaining standard size, or are you creating more compact ones?
They're remaining the standard size.
Okay,
and
good.
Several of the parking stalls, especially on the very ends, you can't see my cursor, but on the ends of the parking aisles adjacent to Carmenita will actually be wider because they're adjacent to a planter, which will allow for easier turning into the space.
Wonderful.
And I'll just add that in Cerritos, we do not permit compact spaces.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, because increasingly you see that in other cities. I'm not naming any cities, but when they label it compact, it's so small, and there are so many SUVs and minivans and just so many bigger cars these days that it's just really frustrating that people just shove an SUV in a compact, and people can't even get in and out of the cars. It's not a good experience, and cars get dented, all of that. I wouldn't want that type of frustration here in Cerritos. So I'm pleased to see that great efforts were put into enhancing the property, but then also not at the cost of having standard parking spaces for customers, diners, et cetera, to come to this development. I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
I do have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have two questions. The first one is like the one, the facing the Artesia one, that building is not including the whole strip mall. But are they allowed to use to share the parking lot behind the store, those parking space on the back side of the store?
So there is an agreement among the various owners for common area maintenance. It's a very loosely held agreement, but there is a provision for reciprocal access. So in theory, the parking among all the lots is shared. However, for purposes of analyzing this project, we look solely at the subject parcels. And for the subject parcels, there is substantial compliance with the municipal code requirements.
I see. Okay. My second question is because, okay, it looks like we have a great improvement on this area, but how about the street mall at the front and also the bank next to it? You know, you don't want to those two without, to bring down the value of our new place. So shall we require them to keep up with it so the whole lot will look so much more attractive?
I'll comment on the bank first. The bank, which fronts on Carmenita Road, is part of this project, and they're proposing to repaint the bank building to match the color scheme of the rest of the subject shopping center area. As for the strip center that's located along the south side facing Artesia Boulevard, which is not part of the project, as well as the adjacent liquor store, we have been working for several years to try to get the entire center to come before the Planning Commission and City Council for a proposed remodel. Because of the current setup with the maintenance agreement that I referenced, we cannot compel them to do an upgrade. However, once this upgrade is in place, our hope is that that'll inspire these adjacent owners to do something similar.
And if I may, Councilmember Hong, Jeremy Lowe staff, after the July 1st Planning Commission meeting, one of the adjacent property owners of the liquor store, which is the tiny building between the market space and the inline retail spaces facing Artesia, they indicated that they were interested in doing a similar remodel and that they would work with the applicant's team as well. So almost there, but yeah.
Yeah, great. So we just have to convince the Front Street Mall owner to comply with it. That would really generate their business as well, you know. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so thanks, Jeremy. It says on page 3, parking required, 209 spaces. It says proposed parking, 191 spaces. Where do I see in the conditions of approval and the project-specific conditions approval or in the resolution that discrepancy that we're allowing for 191 spaces when it was calculated that the parking required is 209 spaces?
Councilmember Yokoyama, are you referencing a exception or a variance, or are you trying to?
I'm just saying on page 3 of the agenda report, under land use statistics, under analysis, land use statistics, it says parking required, total 209 spaces.
Okay. Yeah,
And then the project is going to have proposed parking of total of 191 spaces. So what does parking required 209 spaces mean if this project is, as proposed, is only going to have 191 spaces? What does parking required total 209 spaces mean?
So if I can add to the conversation, there is additional discussion on page 4 of the agenda report, which is after the statistics table, which describes the history of the shopping center and the existing legal nonconforming status of the shopping center. The original development preceded the existing municipal code regulations, and so when it was originally approved, it wasn't required to meet these standards. However, we have worked with the applicant to do their best to meet these standards, and as was noted, they have now exceeded the minimum landscaping requirement, which will significantly enhance the appearance of the center. And they've made every effort to preserve as many parking spaces as possible, given that upgrade in landscaping. And so while they do fall short of the required under the code, because they are legal non-conforming, consideration is given that the overall net impact of this project is an enhancement to the center. So the recommendation is to approve with the understanding that there is this deficiency. Also, it is noted that depending on specific new tenant space uses, there may be a need for a parking analysis, perhaps looking at time of day. There was precedent set for that. Years ago, the City Council approved a gym use at the corner of Palo Verde and South Street. Ultimately, because of COVID, that gym use was not built. But in connection with that use, there was a time of day, time of use analysis of parking, noting that because of the different needs at different times of day, there was adequate parking at any given time to accommodate the needs. So that may be a requirement once we have a specific tenant that's proposed for the large space.
Yes, I read the agenda report and I read this explanation on page 4. I'm just wondering if we're not going to require this project to have the required number of parking spaces that's required under the municipal code, is that covered in the conditions of approval that the City Council is going to be approving tonight for this much needed project, which I'm glad that the owners are going to bring. I'm glad that the owners are going to be bringing a nice new shopping center venue for our residents in that neck of the woods of Cerritos. I just was wondering, with the discrepancy between the required number of parking spaces under the municipal code and the fact that we are going to be approving today a project that has less than the required number of parking spaces under the municipal code, what do we need to do to make sure that everything is copacetic and we take care of these owners and they know that they're getting approved for the number of parking spaces that's on the project, even though it's less than what's required under the municipal code? Where is it in the resolution or the conditions of approval or the project conditions of approval or the standard conditions of approval that we are giving them approval for less than the required number of parking spaces under the municipal code?
So there's no explicit mention in either of those areas. The plan that's attached as part of the public record does indicate that being part of the proposed approval. If the council would like, we can memorialize that understanding either with a condition of approval added or an amendment to the resolution to have that explicitly stated.
What do you think about that, City Attorney, that the project as proposed to this City Council right now is not in compliance with the municipal code regarding the required number of parking spaces, and staff and the Planning Commission are recommending to this City Council to approve this plan when it is not in compliance with the municipal code regarding parking? You're asking the City Council to approve this. Are you okay with us approving this, City Attorney, as is?
My recommendation would be to include in the findings and the resolution of approval that I believe it's under section 2, paragraph 2, that the proposed precise plan amendment conforms. We would indicate that the proposed precise plan amendment substantially conforms with the applicable land use zone and include reference to the findings of evidence under the second full paragraph of page 4. That would basically comply with the allowance of the net loss of only one parking spot in exchange for the increase in landscaping conformance And that would basically make the finding applicable and substantial compliance as provided with the staff report.
And I hear you. I mean, you've told us what we've heard, that there was a net loss of the current number of parking spaces. But we are now approving this new, much-needed project today, and today it is not in compliance with the required number of parking spaces under the municipal code. I want the city council to approve it, knowing that it's okay that we are not complying with the municipal code. So tell me again, please, what is the finding of facts going to say so that this city council can approve this project, knowing that we did the right thing and we're not going to get blamed for approving a project that's not in compliance with the municipal code?
My recommendation and proposal would be in Section 2, Paragraph 2 of the findings of the resolution. It would state, pursuant to the findings of the staff report, and specifically the second full paragraph of page 4, the proposed precise plan amendment substantially conforms with the applicable land use zone, and the rest of the paragraph would be as is.
Okay, so we can, somebody on this side of the council, when we make our motion to approve the planning commission recommendation, including the finding
language
of
that I
fact
just recited,
that
yes.
the city attorney stated on the record during this hearing. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the council?
I just have a quick question. I think I live within 500 feet, so if I need to, I'm okay? Okay,
No,
thank you.
you're
And if we have no other questions, I'll open up for public comment. Do we have any public comments on this item? Cindy, do we have any speakers?
None at this time, Mayor.
Okay. All right, any other, did you want to speak? Thank you.
David Pyleman. Ms. Johnson, I want to start by commenting about the fact that those of us who attend ABC school board meetings are used to midnight as a cutoff time, so let's don't be rushing things here. So I was present at the Planning Commission meeting for this as well, and I had some concerns about the parking issue. I spent a lot of time driving a lot of different places around Southern California. I find that behind stores, the parking is not used frequently. I go to islands at the town center, and it's very easy to find a parking place behind the theaters. No one parks back there. So the applicant contended that he was going to increase the number of parking places behind the buildings. If you drive the site now, you find that there are virtually no parking, marked parking places back there. I'm not quite sure how many of them are going to be used. His explanation was that he would ask that the employees park back there. I'm not sure the employees are going to be excited about doing that. I'm not sure they're going to do that. My concern was that, my argument that night also was that at the Cerritos Plaza, Keystone Plaza, which is at South and Carmenita, we had Orchard Supply, which moved out, and we moved in EOS Fitness. And what happened there is that those stores at the front part of along South Street had to start posting signs that fitness parking was not allowed, etc. So now, as we go back to items, display 7 on this project, we identified that there's a number of stores there facing Artesia Boulevard that may lose their parking because of the overflow of people that are at the new market. Isn't it unfortunate that we couldn't get the Tokyo Market plans and this project to be working in concert? Because let me off the subject a little bit. When Tokyo Market moves into the town center, right now there's no parking in front of Pacific Sales, even though Pacific Sales is closed. So we're going to have a parking issue there as well. Wouldn't it have been nice if we could have put Tokyo Market into this this shopping center where there was plenty of parking going to be available? So I again agree that this is a positive looking improvement to this site, but I am concerned about what this may be doing down the road with parking. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other speakers, I'll go ahead and close public comments. Do we have any comments from the council? Go ahead. None? None? Any comments from the council? All right. Just want to say that I'm pleased that we are finally going to revitalize this area. It's a major facelift for this, for the Carmenita Plaza North. It's been around since 1969. So projects like this keep Cerritos economically strong and competitive. A modern, attractive shopping center is better positioned to attract new businesses and retain existing tenants. So I want to encourage anyone that's interested in bringing new retail, restaurant, or an entertainment concept to Cerritos to connect with the property owner. It's not the city that determines what goes into the plaza, it is the property owner. So any creative ideas, such as a Anaheim Packing District, I know folks have talked about that a lot, where something that can enhance our community, please bring your suggestions to the property owner. So thank you again to Community Development for their involvement with this project. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion at this time.
I move to approve it. Subject to, do we have to subject to the parking space study?
Second.
Was that motion clear enough for you, City Clerk?
Is it?
Yes, I believe the motion is to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation to waive full reading of and adopt a resolution of the Cerritos City Council approving precise plan 1969-5, 2026 amendment, a proposal by the property owner to remodel the exterior of the existing buildings and complete other site-related improvements at the Carmenita Plaza North Shopping Center located at 13321 through 13349 Artesia Boulevard and 17303 Carmenita Road, Cerritos, California 90703. The subject site is zoned neighborhood commercial, CN APN 7008-015-002, 7008-015-003, and 7008-015-004, inclusive of the amendments noted by the city attorney just a bit ago.
I'll also add that this is also, the amendment that I made is also in conformance with the Cerritos Municipal Code 23-50-200 Subdivision 2.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes on a 4-0 vote. Congratulations to the property owners. We're very excited about this new development. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you for staying so late. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Moving on to 9A. 9A. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 9A comes to you in response to consensus direction provided by the City Council to explore and present information on a potential reserve parking program for veterans at various city facilities. An overview of this item will be given by Annie Hilton, Director of Community and Cultural Services, and following her presentation, she and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The City of Cerritos has a proud tradition of honoring the service of United States military veterans. Providing reserved parking for veterans at city facilities would enhance the city's efforts to recognize, celebrate, and support veterans and express a deep appreciation for their service. The parking spaces would be offered as a courtesy, reflecting the community's appreciation for veterans' service. It is expected that non-veteran community members will respect this designation and voluntarily refrain from using these spaces as a sign of shared gratitude. The reserved parking program for veterans would consist of 2 conveniently located parking spaces designated with signs at major city facilities. As displayed on the slide, staff has designed a veterans parking only sign that would be installed at the designated parking spaces. The veterans parking-only spaces would be designated at the following locations as shown on the slides: the Cerritos Civic Center, Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts, Cerritos Olympic Swim Fitness Center, Cerritos Park East, Cerritos Senior Center at Pat Nixon Park, Cerritos Sports Complex, Heritage Park, Ironwood 9 Golf Course, and Liberty Park. A vendor's estimate to produce the signs, including the hardware and printing of the custom design, is $2,654.20. The Public Works Department's Maintenance Division staff would install the signs. Funds are available in the city's 2026-2027 combined financial program to cover the expense. It is recommended that the City Council review and discuss the feasibility of implementing a reserved parking program for veterans at city facilities and receive public comment and direct staff accordingly. This concludes my report, and staff would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Annie, for the report. Do we have any questions from the City Council?
Yes,
Yes.
I do. Hi, thank you, Mayor. My question is, this is like an honor system, right? Because this is not like handicap. You don't have the license or you don't have any hand tag. They don't require that. Am I right?
That is correct. This would be considered courtesy parking, and it would be on an honor system. We would expect that community members would be happy to show their appreciation to veterans and allow only veterans to park in those spaces.
And if I could add as well, Home Depot and Lowe's, City of Paramount, City of Norwalk do the same as well,
Yes.
where it's an honor system.
Right. And I just hope that, the honor system will work, because I'm worried about maybe I don't want to create any argument or, about the space in the future. I do like this kind of proposal. I think it's very important for our city, and it's a very honorable it's appreciation for all the VAs. I would just worry about if they couldn't get to their spot and they're like, oh, the one, how you prove it, So this is basically just honorable system. Okay.
Any other questions? Mark? Yeah.
So I like this idea, and I'm counting a total of 16 spaces at 8 city facilities. And if you take a look at the location of these spots, this is primo parking. This is like steps away from the front door. I think this is really a nice way to say thank you to our veterans. I really think whoever came up with this idea, I think was this your idea, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And to the staff who put time and effort into this. I'll be honest, there's a lot of veterans in our community. I mean, that's part of our heritage here. It probably, as much as we have the dairy heritage of Cerritos, once they built all the houses, there were so many veterans who moved here. And so there are a lot of sons and daughters of veterans, and also veterans who have moved here, knowing how much this city is supportive of our veterans and how patriotic events are held here that really express our gratitude to our veterans. So this is just a continuation of that effort. With that many potential veterans wanting to utilize these spaces, there's only a handful of spaces. I would highly suggest that we look into something that is very low cost to put on the vehicles. Some type of a sticker that is unique. I can't imagine that would be too expensive. I'm not talking about a placard, that one might use, for handicap spaces. But maybe a sticker, just something like that. I think there might be some pride in, having one of those. And then, like Councilmember Hong mentioned, it might prevent any arguments. Is that the point that you're making earlier? Yeah.
That's what worry about it, that's all.
Yeah, no one would want that. I mean, that's, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of honoring our veterans. And yeah, we could try an honor system, but then there's going to be some people who are dishonorable and they're going to take advantage of that. And then once they get used to doing that, then it becomes the custom. And then really, who's going to regulate that? But if from the outset, we demonstrate to our veterans that, yes, hey, we have this, come and, simply register. I don't know. We have so many, all of these facilities should, have the ability to, if a veteran comes in, hey, I saw that there's veteran parking out front. How do I avail of that? And they say, well, here, fill this out or do it on the app. Something simple like that. And here's a sticker. Slap this on your bumper, your car bumper. Those are my thoughts, so that we don't have unintended consequences of a great idea. So I'm sure that we could come up with something very low cost to put on. And if not the bumper, maybe, like how you put parking permits on the lower corner of your windshield, something like that.
Maybe even a tag on the rear.
A tag, yeah,
mirror.
something like that. Yeah, that's my suggestion. Thank you.
So I do have a question now that Mayor Pro Tem brought it up. Certainly we can institute a program where they would have to register. It's as simple as providing your DD 214. Any veteran knows what that is. Commissioner Reyes obviously knows what that is, to show your status as a veteran. But then what happens then if there are members of the community, members that are outside of the community that are visiting our facilities? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how we would solve that. I've not seen it on any other locations such as Norwalk, Paramount, Home Depot, Lowe's. It really is an honor system. I don't anticipate folks would be dishonorable. That would be so bad. I mean, how could you say you're a veteran and you're not? Yeah.
What we can do is, of course, if we become aware of an issue where someone's parking in that space and we understand they're not a veteran, staff can address it with that patron. And if there seems to be an issue with regard to compliance, we can come up with a system to try to identify them and just work internally to try to figure out what that could look like.
And in the meantime, if you can please contact the city managers over at Norwalk and Paramount and see if they've had that kind of issue. Thanks. Are there any other questions?
Yes.
Yes, please.
One comment is, I think I saw at BJ's Cerritos, they have veterans parking.
Ooh.
On the north side of the restaurant. And then also, this is a great idea. Let's not let, the perfect be the enemy of the good. We don't have to worry about every possibility today. We just need to get our veterans the goal of this proposal, preferred parking, to thank them for their service. And if we need to tweak it in the future, we tweak it in the future. Let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Thank you, Councilmember Yokoyama.
Yes, I do agree with that. For that, I think we can try it until we're really facing some problem, then we deal with it. But I do like this idea, and I think this is a great idea. Thank you.
All right, if we don't have any other questions, I'll open up for public comments. Okay. Let me see if we have any that signed in. Hold on. Commissioner Reyes, thank you. And Deborah afterwards, thank you. Thank you for staying.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem Polito, council members Ong and Yokoyama. Good evening also to staff, audience, and the people watching this meeting on television and social media. My name is Armin Reyes, a resident of Cerritos, and I come before you to speak in favor of item 9A under new and old business. Item 9A, has been discussed, is the review and consideration of the feasibility of implementing a reserve parking program for veterans at the city facilities. As a veteran and a retired U.S. Army personnel, I support this proposal. And thank you, Mayor Linda, knowing that it came from you based on your conversation with Councilmember Polito. And I support this proposal for the following reasons. Mainly, it shows that our city, this community, appreciate and recognize the services of veterans, like Ms. Hilton mentioned. And secondly, it offers convenience to older veterans and veterans with minor mobility challenges who may not qualify for official state handicap placard. So people who's been hurt, but not enough to be disabled, or older veterans that doesn't qualify for handicap, that would be a great help for them also. And of course, there are challenges as discussed in implementing this proposal, namely enforcement. How can law enforcement and or code enforcers distinguish vehicles owned and operated by veterans? And like Councilmember Yokoyama said, I mean, let's deal it when it becomes a problem. And secondly, even among the veteran communities, there are sentiments and opinions of veterans regarding this issue. They're mixed. Some actively use them, and some clearly refuse to use them to avoid unwanted attention, because some of the veterans don't want to be recognized as veterans or, to be questioned as such. In the end, speaking as an individual representing my own opinion on this matter, I wholeheartedly support this proposal. Because as a proud member of this community, I am proud that our city is going above and beyond to honor and recognize our veterans. Whether the reserved parking space is utilized or not, it is a very visible and daily reminder to our veterans and their families that our city, the city of Cerritos, its leaders and community members appreciate and honor our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Reyes, and thank you for your service to our nation. Are there any? Oh yeah, Deborah Berry.
Hi, thank you. Everybody loves our veterans. Everybody wants to support our veterans. I don't know any American who wouldn't say, yeah, let's support our veterans. But it's these little things like this, these pandering to the veterans because we want to make sure we look better things, that costs money. So it's only $2,000 we have it on our budget. What about all the staff time to make this presentation? How much did that cost, right? How much is it going to cost to install those $2,000 worth of signs? For what? We know people are going to park in those spots. It's just another dog and pony show to make you look better for everybody when it doesn't do anything and it wastes everybody's time. All of this nickel and diming adds up to budget deficits. You want to find out why you have a budget deficit? It's the $2,000 signs. It's the thousands of dollars in wasted staff time. I'm sure if you asked any one of your staff, they don't want to be wasting their times on these type of projects when they have more important things to do. We have real issues in this city, and it is now 10:30 that I have had to wait to speak to an item because we do things like this. This is the kind of stuff that is mismanaged, because as you guys don't focus on the real issues, you focus on all of this fluff that means nothing. So a few people feel good when they leave, but it does nothing to improve the lives of the citizens in this city. We know darn well that those parking spots will be used by whoever shows up, especially at the park when there's limited parking. What about all the other people that need to park close? Pregnant women. right? The family with 5 kids that are at the park that are trying to shuffle around and they're now all right. You know what I mean? We have services for people that are disabled. We have Dial-A-Ride that will take you to the front door, right? This is not solving any problems. This is so you can feel good. You can go home and say like, oh, I did something. You didn't do anything. It's all fluff. Stop wasting time. Stop wasting money. It's all these little things that adds up to the problems that you have. Thank you.
I'm the daughter of a Navy veteran and a mother of a U.S. Marine captain. I do this for them. My many veterans have combat-related, service-related disabilities, and like Commissioner Reyes says, do not qualify for a disability placard. It was my job as LA County Deputy on Military and Veterans Affairs to connect our veterans with services to get rated and receive benefits. So I know the toll and the cost of serving and defending our nation. Do we have any other, comments? Cindy, written, what do you call this? Call-in speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. We have none at this time.
Thank you. We do have folks that wrote in. I am going to acknowledge those that wrote in because they have served our nation. Former LA County Supervisor of the 4th District, Don Kanabi, and former Mayor of City of Cerritos is in support of this item. Thank you, Don, for your service, United States Navy. Colleen Aldrich, her husband Gary, served his country for 4 years, United States Air Force, served in Okinawa and in Vietnam on a rescue and supply mission, fly into areas where soldiers had been shot down. Gary is one of, maybe I shouldn't say because it's HIPAA, but I do know that Gary receives benefits from the Military and Veterans Affairs and recently suffered a stroke and is now homebound. But he and his wife are in support of this item. So thank you, Gary, for your service, United States Air Force. Marty and Gail Grossman. Marty Grossman served in the United States Army from 1967 to 1969, stationed in the DMZ of Korea, defending our country from attacks on our bases. And he too, served our nation, defended our country, and thank you, Marty, for your service, United States Army. And Sue Carter also is in very much support of our sign program. So thank you, Sue, for writing in. Do we have any other comments? I'll close.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Oh.
Thank you.
I'll close public comments.
Okay.
I'll close public comments. Go ahead and bring comments back to the council.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Johnson. So just to be clear, to the 48,300 residents of Cerritos, I am 100% in support, 100% in support of thanking the veterans of our city of Cerritos and those visiting our city of Cerritos. Just like this past Saturday, we thanked our active military at our first CEB monthly Meritorious Marine recognition monthly ceremony. The city of Cerritos has, for decades, had a tradition of recognizing and thanking our veteran community, our veteran residents, our active military residents. They matter. This agenda item 100% matters. And it's disheartening to see members of our city saying that this doesn't matter, that it's a waste, it's wasteful, it's not worthy of the city of Cerritos. Those of you who clapped enthusiastically, now you're not even looking at me in the eye. There you guys are. You guys disrespected our veterans of our city who are a strong, vibrant, active community. This matters. This 100% matters. I support our residents. I support our veterans 100%. Thank you, Mayor Linda, for championing this. I support our veterans 100%. Thank you, veteran Armin Reyes, for speaking. Thank you, Don Kanabi, for speaking. Thank you, Sue Carter. Thank you, Gail Grossman. Thank you, Colleen Aldrich, for standing with the veterans of our community.
Thank you, Councilmember Yokoyama, and also thank you to your father, Tom Yokoyama, for his service to our nation, as well as Mayor Pro Tem Mark Polito, to your father for defending our freedom. Thank you. Go ahead with comments.
So, proud great-grandson, grandson, son, son-in-law of veterans. And 5 of them are dead. They're not here. So I'm just glad to support this, for those who are living, so that I could serve here and make decisions. And also so that all of us could have the freedoms that we enjoy. When I made the comments about, hey, there's going to be some folks who are going to take advantage of it, that's a real concern that I have, I hope that people will honor it. Though I do understand that not everyone honors veterans, and that's okay. That's a right to do so. But I can only control what I do. And so this is the reason why I'm proud to support this. Just like before me, my dad led the effort against odds in this community to establish that Cerritos Veterans Memorial. And yeah, there were a lot of people who were against that Veterans Memorial. They didn't want it out front. They wanted it in the back. They didn't want to honor our veterans. That's a real part of our heritage. There are people who are supportive of our veterans, and there's people who are not supportive of our veterans, and they have that right to voice that opinion. And at that podium, people, got up there and said that they weren't in support of it. But people voted me to represent, what's in my heart and to do what's right. So that's the reason why I support this. I don't see this as fluff. I see this as fundamental. And I just hope that we could somehow get through this period, this very difficult period in our city's life, so we could get back to just being reasonable, okay, and civil. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments? Do you have a comment?
Yes, I understand what the last speaker's point of view. I understand everybody, all the racism, even myself is very saddened about that. We have to cut back a lot of service, and it's kind of hurting our quality of life. But as what Mayor used to say, this is the year that we have to try to get through. And I know every dollar counts. It's all the tax dollars, payers' money. But because my respect for all the veterans, even though it's going to cost city some money, but I think we should still pursue this one. Although I know we're sacrificing not having the concert at the night, on the summer night, I know there's a lot of things, and we have a major budget deficit. But this is something I think I do realize we do have a lot of veterans in our cities. So for myself, I would approve this one. I would pro for this program because it's not a lot of money. Everything is not, like you say, why coming back at the calendar, everything, but we have to save it some way, somehow. But for this, if we can benefit some of the veterans and let them feel they're so proud that our city really honored them and really appreciate what they have done for our country, I think that would be worthwhile to spend this kind of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? So I'm proud to champion this item. It's been on my list since I was elected in 2022. So over the years, I've had the privilege of working alongside and building relationships with veterans and their families. During my time as Deputy for Military and Veteran Affairs with Los Angeles County, I gained a deeper appreciation for the sacrifices made by those who have served our nation. Honoring veterans has always been important to our community. Each year, Cerritos proudly recognizes Veterans Day, which we pay for, comes out of our general budget, and we come together to express our gratitude to those who have worn the uniform. Those are that wore the uniform. Some don't even come home. We also participate in Operation Greenlight, another initiative I championed in which we illuminate the infinity sculpture at the Sculpture Garden with green lights, raising awareness in the sacrifices and challenges of our nation's veterans. So I'm proud to champion the Reserve Veterans Parking Program. It is a simple but meaningful way for our community to express our gratitude and respect. A reserved parking space may seem like a small gesture, but it sends a powerful message. Each and every one of you in this room have benefited from a service member that fought for this country, each and every one of you. And this is just a small gesture to say thank you. So thank you to our city staff, council colleagues, for your support. And it's truly rewarding to see this become a reality. I'm proud to be a Cerritos resident that in a city that honors our veterans. So at this time, I'd like to make the motion to go ahead and approve item 9A, and I have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Mark Polito.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much, council colleagues. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Reyes, for your time and your service.
Thank you for your service, Armin.
All right. Next up, we have item 9B, curb address painting program. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This item also comes back to you in response to consensus direction that was given at a prior meeting. This is a proposed program for consideration that would provide a mechanism to use outside funding for curb address painting throughout residential neighborhoods. An overview of this item will be given by Chris Kubert, Acting Director of Public Works, and following his presentation, he and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Lopez. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Agenda item 9B is for the review and consideration of a curb address painting program within the City of Cerritos. At the April 13th, 2026 City Council meeting, staff was directed to evaluate the feasibility of a curb address painting program performed by third-party organizations on a voluntary charitable donation basis. In response, Public Works developed a proposed program, guidelines that establish clear standards for implementation while protecting residents and city infrastructure. Under the proposed program, providers would be required to paint entire streets or neighborhoods rather than only the homes of residents who chose to donate. Participation and donations would be completely voluntary, and homeowners would receive the service regardless of whether they contribute. The guidelines also prohibit soliciting donations from anyone other than the property owner or authorized adult representative, helping ensure the donation process is fair, transparent, and not misleading. The proposed guidelines also require providers to obtain a city business license and encroachment permit, submit insurance and work plans for approval, and comply with uniform painting standards. Residents would be informed that providers are not affiliated with the city. Written property owner permission is required before any curb is painted, and any concerns regarding solicitors can be reported directly to the Department of Public Works. There's no direct fiscal impact to the city, as administrative costs would be recovered through the permit and business license fees, while third-party providers would fund the curb painting services. Staff recommends City Council review and discuss the proposed guidelines, receive public comment, and provide direction to staff. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for the report. Do we have any questions from the council?
I have some comments. Thank you for city manager and Chris to work so hard on these things, because I think this is important, because nowadays most of us are having we all have online, we order a lot of stuff online. And I also feel like there's a lot of time the service, they always drop the parcel or the package at the wrong address. And I've noticed that a lot of address number is already, you can hardly read it. And some of the house, they have to do it, put it up themselves, but a lot of them, they don't even do it. So I think for safety purpose, and also for, because of the online order, the package, everything, this is very important for the city. And of course, it's even better that, we come out with the solution without having cost city extra money. So I'm really appreciate that, a city can work out on this project and without costing, city budget, But if it's all up to the resident, if they want to contribute it, they want to donate, it would be really appreciated. But I think the address is very important for safety and for your package delivery as well. So please, I hope my council colleague will also support this project. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. So how much is the non-refundable encroachment permit application going to be?
The encroachment permit is $570.
One timer per year?
This would be one time per location.
Per business?
Correct. That's
One
the
time per business?
Yes, that's the cost for encroachment permit for commercial businesses, non-residential.
We're going to require the providers to get a non-refundable encroachment permit application so that they can go to our residents and offer these services to them for free.
Yes,
With requesting a donation.
that is correct. Be that they are
So-
working in the public right of way.
So they have to get 500, they have to apply just to be able to ask the residents if I can paint your address on your curb for free. But if you can give me a donation if you want to, but you're not required to, and the paperwork's going to make it clear no payment is required,
That is correct.
they have to get an encroachment permit for $570.
Yes, along
And
with the business.
So like I said, is that a one-time fee or an annual fee?
It's a one-time fee.
Okay. Now, the business license fee, how much is that?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Give me 1 second, we can pull that up. real
Okay,
quick.
and that's an annual fee.
That is correct.
So these providers that we're offering them, hey, do you want to come to Cerritos and provide our residents for free painting their addresses on the curb? You're required to tell them it's free, no payment required, but you can donate money to me if you want. They have to pay $570 encroachment fee, and then what's the annual fee?
For a contractor city business license, depending on the class of, for the contractor, for Class A and C, for 1 year, it's $548, and for Class B, it's $778.
So 548 or what?
$778 for a Class B.
So just to get in the door to offer free services to our residents, they have to either pay over $1,100 to get an encroachment fee and a business license fee where they have to pay the the business license every year, or they have to pay over $1,300 if they have, depending on if they pay the 548 or the 778 and annual business license fee. So for somebody to start doing this in Cerritos, where they're going to offer our residents to paint their license numbers on the curb, that encroachment fee plus the annual license fee is over $1,100 or over $1,300.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
They have to pay this before they can even solicit one customer, one resident, to paint the address on their curb.
Yes, sir, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now the city's providing that for free right now, right?
The city does do it as requested by property owners.
So if the property owner requested it, the city would do it for free?
That is correct.
The city does not charge residents for when these are done in response to individual
Yeah.
needs. There is a cost to the city in terms of material and labor.
And the city workers do not ask for a donation.
That's correct.
They do go out there, do it for free. They do it as a city service, and they do not get a donation or a tip from the resident.
That's correct. The issue is that it was one of scale. There's a large scale need for widespread repainting of curb addresses. And so this is one way of addressing that at a larger scale. I will say the fees that were quoted are existing fees charged for commercial entities. This is a program that is coming at the direction of the City Council. If the City Council would like, as part of this specific program, either a waiver of fees or a lower fee amount can be assessed. We just can't go higher than existing fees.
So we can charge the businesses lower fees than that was quoted to me by Chris and Sabrina.
If the City Council would like to consider an alternative fee structure or waiving fees just specifically for this program, that can be the direction given.
Okay, so what has staff talked about what we think we're going to be telling our residents is a reasonable donation for this service that they could otherwise get for free from the city? If they call, which department of the city hall do they call to request the free curb painting of their address?
It's Public Works.
Okay.
But our understanding is that there is a large scale need for this and it cannot be accommodated within current resources.
So we're backed up on the phone calls right now. There's too many residents that have called into Public Works asking for this, and we're backed up. How much are we backed up?
I'll see if Chris has a number as far as actual requests received, but we've also observed many areas that are in need.
Well, I mean, I'm hearing you, Robert, but how much are we backed up on requests for curb painting of our addresses into Public Works? How much are we backed up?
We're not currently backed up. We do get a couple dozen, I want to say, a month.
And we do them?
We do them usually within 1 to 2 weeks, but ultimately, as the city manager stated, the need throughout the city outweighs our manpower and staffing ability to complete the entire city.
Chris, I'm hearing what you're saying right now, but you're telling me we get in a couple dozen requests a week or a month?
Usually a month.
Okay, we get a couple dozen a month and we finish them, right?
Correct.
That's, in a reasonable amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys are speculating about a need from the residents, but they're not asking for more than a couple dozen a month. Are we going to force it on them to do it with these people that want to charge them through a quote unquote donation when they can get it for free from the city?
No, we would not charge them.
Those are my questions for now.
I have questions kind of piggyback on Councilmember Yokoyama. From what I believe I read in the report, if the business were to go out to paint a street of houses, all the houses would have to be done, correct? You have to get approval from all the homes. You don't just go out and do 1 or 2 homes on the street.
We would require the entity to do all homes within a defined area, within a neighborhood. They would be required to paint all the addresses. they would be allowed to solicit donations from all the homes, but there is no obligation from a homeowner to provide a donation.
So even if one resident wanted it done, you kind of got to get your neighbors to get on board too.
We are aware that there are entire neighborhoods that are in need of repainting. Even though the calls haven't come in, we observe that there are needs throughout the city.
And how are the residents going to be notified? Door to door, or they're going to be mailed something?
We will work that out with the specific entity. It would be appropriate to do an initial mailing, as well as they can do like a drop off a flyer, attach it to the front gate or the mailbox as appropriate. We also plan to provide information to all residents that this is if adopted, is a new program, and so they can expect that it may be coming at some point in the future.
So, our residents experience, crime in our neighborhoods. They don't like answering doors to people that are unknown to them. There are no solicitation signs at our residences. I don't know how effective the program can be.
A mailing is a common approach. I'm aware of some entities that will solicit donations and they'll send a notice in the mail, ask you to leave something at the curb.
But what do people do with that mail? They toss it.
So what's going to happen if one of these providers that just paid $1,300 to get their encroachment permit application and their business license, and they pay $1,300, and they get assigned to do a street, and they do the street, and none of the residents donate. They just have to eat it, right? They just have to eat it. They did all that work. They paid $1,300. There's no payment required. They're going to just go out there soliciting donations, begging for donations, and the residents have no obligation to give them anything, and they're potentially going to get nothing, right? And that's what this program is, right?
There would be a calculated risk. We would solicit feedback from those providers.
Are you going to tell them that potentially they can get nothing because they cannot require payment? It's donation only. And they required under this curb address painting program guidelines, they're required to make it clear that no payment is required.
That's correct, that it's not required for anyone to provide payment.
And we're asking our residents, who we've heard from in different contexts, we've heard our residents in different contexts saying they can't afford things. And we're telling them now we want them to pay. We want them to pay for address painting on the curbs when it's a free service from the city.
It would be a way to do it more expeditiously on a widespread scale.
I don't want the residents to say that I want them to pay for something now that they haven't had to pay for in the past. That's my thought.
Any other questions? Yeah.
But this is a donation, right? They don't have to, and they're not going to knock at the door, I hope.
No, the requirement is that they can provide, flyers or mail information, but they'll provide information to the homeowners as to how to donate. These days, it would likely be typically done online with a QR code. But no, it would be a donation, no obligation to pay.
Has this entity has done this service to other city and been successful?
Yes, we are aware of other cities that have this similar program. I believe Brea is one that we've contacted, that they've been able to achieve curb painting through this donation process.
Thank you.
So Brea is doing this program.
That's correct.
Did you say any other cities?
The city of La Palma and LA County also offer the same program.
LA County unincorporated areas or throughout the entire LA County? Because we're LA County. Because we're LA County.
It's unincorporated
Okay.
LA County.
So how much are they asking for in the donation solicitation piece of paper? What's the amount of the donation that they're asking for?
It doesn't specify.
Hi, good evening, Councilman Yokoyama. I can go ahead and speak about the city of Brea.
I currently reside in the city of Brea and have taken advantage of a similar program twice in over 7 years. The solicitation suggested, and this is just the city of Brea, a minimum of $5 donation, but you can certainly donate more if you wish. You can donate less if you wish, or you can donate nothing if you wish. They are, and I can only speak to Brea. I received a door tag initially informing me of the program. I received a subsequent door tag about 2 weeks later informing me the date to which that they would be visiting my residential street and painting the curbs and the suggested donation of $5. And then that door tag included an envelope should you wish to donate. And then 2 weeks later, the date to which they came, they collected the door tags and painted the entire street, the entire neighborhood, whether you donated or not.
So does the city of Brea provide the address painting on your curb as a free service?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Isn't that significant?
That is significant, but I provided a donation and got my curb painted.
But we don't know if it's apples to apples or apples to oranges.
I do not know.
I don't know. I'm just not so sure about somebody coming to my home, painting when I'm not there. I don't want nobody to know I'm not there. That's all. Any other comments?
What do you think,
questions?
Captain Strong? Are deputies having trouble finding the houses that they're supposed to go to on a call?
I have not heard of any issues of the deputies being unable to locate a residence based on, what would I say, faded paint or anything like that on the curb line. I haven't heard that, but they know the area very, very well. Of course, it does help to see those curb lines, to see them painted. Oftentimes, we park a little bit further away from the residence, so it's nice to be able to see a nice, bright address with that we can identify from far away as well for tactical reasons and things like that. So I do like a nice painted curb for us to identify a location. It doesn't harm anything. It's totally different from anything that you guys are talking about right now, that you guys can make the decision on all that stuff. But we do like to see the curbs for tactical purposes. Plus, if somebody's injured inside the house or it's a medical emergency call that we're responding to, every second counts. So if we can see a curb very well, we can get there a little bit quicker and help that person as well.
Thank you, Captain. Good comments. So given his comments about every second counts, do we have a robust program informing our residents of Cerritos that if they want their curb painted with their address, all they have to do is call Public Works? How are we letting our residents, all of our 48,300 residents and our 15,000 plus households know that all they have to do is call Public Works and they will get their curb, the address painted on the curb? Chris said he only gets a few dozen calls a month.
We are not actively advertising that ability because we simply don't have the resources to do that. If we did advertise widely, we would get, I'm sure we would get a lot of requests, and we would not be able to fulfill those requests in a timely manner. So right now, it's simply reactive. If a resident feels like their own address is not visible enough and they feel strongly enough to call in, they'll do so, and staff currently keeps a list and responds. But we are aware of large areas of the city that don't have, or they have faded address numbers that we don't have the resources to do at a large scale currently with the limited budget resources.
But Robert, we've cut back on capital improvement projects, some projects in Public Works. Not saying that staff is not doing nothing, but I'm sure there can be time carved out if we've cut back on projects.
So with the amount that we currently receive, we can work that in, within a monthly schedule. Excuse me, and accommodate that amount. But if we do receive a larger number, then there would be sort of a waiting list, like our existing Pine Tree program is a long waiting list.
Okay. Maybe we just kind of monitor it for now then. If there's no other questions, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comments. Public comments, do we have any? Yes, Catherine?
Good evening. I grew up in unincorporated LA County, so this is all very familiar to me. We would get the tags and we would be asked for a donation. I do know that I noticed on number 5 here, it says it's only in the address. It's no flags, military insignia, colleges, universities, sports teams. Those extras are what get people to pay the donation. So my mom proudly has some universities that her children attended on either side of her address on the curb. And so those are not donation based, but you pay to get those extras put on there. I know Cerritos likes to have things be very uniform, but that is something to think about if you're worried about having the companies not make any money off of this. I am somebody who goes out door knocking a lot. I go out and deliver political signs to people. The addresses are very hard to see. People don't have consistent house addresses on their homes. They don't necessarily have addresses at their mailboxes. And so the curb is where you should be able to always find somebody's address. And in Cerritos, it is a problem. And so I think that what Robert and Chris are trying to explain is that we should be doing this on a cycle, but just like lots of other problems in the city, due to deferring maintenance for the past decade and a half, we've not done this on a cycle. We've not kept up with it. If I needed my address painted, I would take a picture, I'd upload it to the Cerritos app, and I'd get it taken care of because you guys are great at taking care of things that people ask for. But it shouldn't be on a resident by resident by resident basis to ask for that. The efficient way to do it as a city is to do a neighborhood at a time, right? And so I think that outsourcing that makes a lot of sense if we don't have the capacity to do it. But I also hear what Councilmember Yokoyama is saying by you're asking people to do you're asking companies to pay a fee to basically then provide a free service to residents that we currently already provide for free. Like, how does it make business model sense for them to have to pay all these fees to be able to do it? So maybe there's a way that we could do it without the fees to the businesses because they would really be doing us a favor by taking care of this for them. So I don't know if that was coherent, but those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. Is there anybody else? Cindy,
Thank you. Oh, that's public comment.
Cindy?
Sorry about that.
That's no problem. Cindy, is anybody calling?
None requesting at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
None? And do we have any written comments on this item?
We did not receive any written comments on this item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bring it back to the council for comments. Go ahead.
And I appreciated the public speaker's thoughts on this issue of curb address painting program. But the fiscal impact on this states that the reason why there would not be a fiscal impact to the city is because the administrative costs of the program would be paid for by the encroachment permit application fees and the business license fees. So if you reduce or get rid of the encroachment permit application fees and the business license fees, then there will be a positive fiscal impact on the city because those fees are supposed to cover the administrative costs.
Is there anybody else that'd like to comment? All right. Are you going to
City
comment?
Manager, is that correct? What Council Member Yokoyama mentioned about?
Fees for encroachment permits are intended to cover the staff time involved. There currently is staff time involved in painting the curbs. So if there is an interest in waiving the fee to help make it more lucrative for the businesses involved in the painting, that would not be a significant impact. There is an objective impact, but it would not be a significant one.
Thank you.
What is the dollar amount of not a significant impact? I mean, we heard residents complaining about $2,000 just the previous agenda item. So what amount are we talking about in costs for running this program?
The encroachment fee, I believe, was in the $500 to $700 range. And if we waive those fees, but with the benefit of having, widespread areas of curb address painting done, it would be, in my view, a good investment.
But that's per provider. How many providers are we projecting, estimating are going to be signing up for this program?
We will advertise. We'll start with those have already serviced other cities. And of course, depending on the demand, that'll tell us the number. It would be a handful, I guess.
Do we know anything about La Palma? Did staff look into La Palma, other than the fact that telling us that La Palma does this? Did staff look in? It's been a month since our last meeting. Did staff look into what La Palma is doing?
Yeah, staff reached out to La Palma. We didn't get a substantive answer of requests and businesses that are asking for the service.
Do they provide, does the city of La Palma provide address painting, curb address painting for free to their residents?
I do not know that.
All right. There are no further comments. Go ahead and move forward.
I'd like to make a motion to approve it, to have the, consider a curb address painting program within the city of, within our city. Because I think it's very important, especially a lot of time at nighttime, you try to find somebody's house. There's really no address, on the door or, side curb. It's really, you're guessing. And I've noticed neighbors, a lot of the time, the service send the package to the wrong address all the time. And I'm like, why, And it's always same address that they send to the wrong place. So I'm thinking, I went to check it out because of that reason. So I'd like to make a motion, and then hopefully I can have a second.
What is your motion?
My motion is what the city manager proposed, that we can have, find an outside entity to help to paint the curb for free, and then we will send out the flyer to notice them if they can do the free donation or not, so that the whole city's address could be all looking the same and the I don't know how many years we'd have to do that. I think it's like 5 years, or maybe not even 5 years, right?
We would work with prospective providers to do it as quickly as possible. We would start with one neighborhood and as a test case and learn from our experience there, but continue to offer that throughout the city. And we'd be able to judge after the first neighborhood, to judge how quickly the whole city can be covered.
Right. So I would think that this is worthwhile if, just like we were talking about, for safety purpose, for firemen, fire truck, when they want to find the address, it would be easier for them. Of course, I think they know where to go, but it would be very important for the home caring, people to find the address, or maybe call for a ride, dial for a ride, to make sure. Because I do call before, and they were like, they couldn't find my address, and they have to go find the neighbor's address in order to get to my house. So I've noticed, because the address is kind of faded. So for that, and I also receive a lot of residents asking, if it's possible, we can have the city to do that. And I say, well, we were under the budget constraints. So if we can find out a better way, we will try to do it, to provide this kind of service to make our city look very very clear for all the address.
You said you heard from a lot of residents. What did you hear from a lot of residents?
I have, I went to a church, or when I joined a lot of organization, and I do have people like, oh, can you ask the city if they find out there are a lot of addresses not showing very clearly. So they were saying, is it possible that we can find out a way to get this address repent? And I think if we can do it, we should provide it. And resident is up to you. You want to donate, you can donate. If you don't feel like it, you don't have to, So, and business person, I think you can ask for maybe a little bit less of money and everybody contribute a little bit. That would work out. So that's my proposal.
Yeah, you said that a lot of residents have asked you about this. Did they know that the city provides it for free?
They don't know, unfortunately, and they're frustrated to ask because they've been waiting for the tree removal or whatever. They've been like on the waiting list for 4 years. So they were like, no, I'm not going to try it because they got frustrated. And a lot of them are not really, they don't want to, they don't even know how to get online to apply it, to be honest with you, because we have some senior residents, they're not really that, high-tech person. So anyway, they were just making a really strong suggestion that they've been talking about this over a year, and I was trying to say, hey, the city really have budget issues. So I was asking the manager and to find out, is there a better way and solution that can help this out? I know this is not a major issue. I don't want to cost too much of everybody's time, but I'm just saying, if we could do it, we should try to do it for the benefits of the residents, residential. Once they get painted, everybody's happy. When we go do something, or even when I do in my campaign, I do find that after 6 o'clock, something you couldn't find any address. You don't know where you at. You cannot find the address.
Okay, so one of the concerns that I have, and I think we need to be very clear in messaging for our residents, whether it's in the flyer or however we're contacting the residents, that only proposals for an entire street or track will be considered. Painting for a single residence is not permitted. So I don't want our residents saying, oh, I asked for this, they said they would do it for free, and then come to find out nobody in their neighborhood wants it. And then they're going to even be more upset that it didn't get done. That's what I'm concerned about. And that there's no obligation for a donation, so I'm assuming they're not knocking on the door and saying, here's my envelope. They just leave it on the door. They're not knocking and making contact. And also the part where it says written permission from the property owner is required. How is that done? Do they write a letter? Is it a form that they sign? Those are concerns that I have. I can just imagine our seniors saying they want something painted, but they're not going to take the time to write a letter. What does written permission mean?
So, Jennifer, is this curb address painting program going to be, is it going to be in place alongside the City of Cerritos free program, or is it going to replace the City of Cerritos free program?
That's a very good question. I think if once we do that, we reduce the phone call for a request to the public work department for repainting the address once we have done this. So that way, hopefully, we can offload some of the burden to the public work. They can concentrate on more other job that they're being delayed or they're short of manpowers, which is more important thing rather than just the address,
So it sounds like you're not going to eliminate in your motion. You're not eliminating the City of Cerritos free program. You're gonna leave it in place, and it's up to residents to call Public Works tomorrow or next week. If they want it, they just call up Public Works. They ask for it. They get it for free.
Yes, you cannot take away what we have already.
We're not going to eliminate that.
No, we're not going to eliminate.
And then the other thing, and I'm glad that Mayor Johnson brought this up, it's very broad to say only proposals for an entire street or track will be considered. That's a big difference to say a street or track, because we got some big tracks in Cerritos, and we got some short streets in Cerritos. There's some streets in Cerritos where there's 8 houses. So that means that street can be considered, and then a track like Shadow Park can be considered, or a track like Granada Park. You have to get for Granada Park, you have to do a proposal for the entire Granada Park. For the courts, you have to do a proposal for the entire courts. But for streets that are not in a HOA, if there's a street that's, whether it's 12 homes or 18 homes or 4 homes, it can potentially, because we got some small streets. So what does this mean? Only proposals for an entire street or track? And then what about Cerritos Villas or condominium communities, gated communities? How are we going to navigate what is a permit? What is the allowable proposal?
So we would work with each owner. The main goal is that we want to cover as wide area as possible. So we want to make sure that an entire street is uniform, and assuming there's multiple streets in a tract, then the entire tract. We would work on a boundary with the provider to ensure that there's uniformity within as large area as reasonable per project that they work on. This covers city streets, or the streets that are maintained by the city. So private streets such as in Shadow Park that are maintained by the HOA would not be covered because they have their own curb painting program internally. If condominiums that are private streets, same. It would be, those are handled by the HOA internally. So it would be any street that is maintained by the city.
Okay, so it's up to the provider to decide if this is a good investment of $1,100 or $1,300 just to get in the door, to try to get these donations, to pay them back for the fee, for the encroachment application fee and the business license fee and their labor and their materials. Hopefully they get enough donations to make it worth their business time. But as long as the city of Cerritos continues its free program for our residents that they can call in to Public Works and Public Works and Chris are going to help them get that free address painted on the curb. If there's a safety reason or a Amazon delivery reason they need to get it, and now they know they can call up and get it for free. As long as that continues to be in place, I'll support this.
Thank
I
you.
second it.
Thank you.
The motion passes on a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Now we move on to
Thank you.
9C. City Manager, do we have a report on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 9C is also coming back to you in response to a consensus request. This relates to information that was requested regarding a possible outsourcing of operation maintenance of the Cerritos Ironwood 9 Golf Course. An overview of the information and recommendation will be given by Annie Hilton, Director of Community Cultural Services. And following her presentation, she'd now be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. In response to a suggestion by the Cerritos Resident Budget Task Force, the City Council directed staff to provide a report on the feasibility and potential impacts of outsourcing the operations and maintenance of the Cerritos Ironwood 9 Golf Course to a private operator. Ironwood 9 offers a 9-hole course and a driving range with lighting. A total of 4 full-time city employees and 18 part-time city employees work at the golf course. The grand total allocation in the 2026-2027 budget for the golf course is $1,499,593.90. Golf course revenues for the 2025-2026 fiscal year total $1,121,851. The total difference between operating expenses and revenues is $377,742.90. Outsourcing the operations of the Ironwood 9 Golf Course requires several considerations. Changes in the golf course's operations that affect represented city staff would require the city to meet and confer with representatives of the city employee union. The city would also need to seek approval from the County Sanitation District and Southern California Edison to amend lease agreements for the golf course property. Determining the potential revenues or expenses for outsourcing the golf course's operations would require the preparation and dissemination of a request for proposals. In compliance with Assembly Bill 339, the city would first need to notify the city employee union of its intent to issue a request for proposals prior to its dissemination. As an alternative to contracting with a third-party golf course operator, the City Council could review findings from a study and consider increasing all golf course fees to generate additional revenue. The golf course's most recent fee adjustment took effect in January 2023. When compared with similar public 9-hole golf courses in the surrounding area, Ironwood 9 Golf Course's current fee structure is below market rates. It is projected that a fee increase of approximately 30% would be required to bring the golf course closer to a break-even operating position while maintaining competitiveness with similar facilities. It is recommended that the City Council review and discuss the feasibility and potential impacts of outsourcing the operations and maintenance of the Cerritos Ironwood 9 Golf Course to a private operator, review and discuss continuing city operation of the Cerritos Ironwood 9 Golf Course, and direct staff to prepare an agenda report with information from a study on the golf course's fees and potential consideration of increasing the golf course fees as an initial measure to mitigate operating losses, receive public comment, and direct staff accordingly. This concludes my report, and staff would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Annie, for the report. Do we have any questions from the council? No questions?
I'm sorry, I do have a quick questions. Annie, I want to know how many years we've been, I know it's like almost $380,000 loss last year, but how many years like we've been losing money on the golf course management?
To my knowledge, we have never really studied if we've ever made money at the golf course, so we would need to go back and do a study. We've always viewed it as a very nice service to provide to the community. We have golfers of all ages. It's a place people like to learn how to golf, and we have a lot of senior patrons who enjoy the fact that it is a 9-hole course. So it was not really the city's goal to look at making it as a place to generate revenue. It's viewed as a service. So we do know in recent years, certainly, the golf course has operated at a loss, but I would need to go back and do further research to determine over the years. We've been operating the golf course since 1977. It'll be the 50-year anniversary in February of 2027.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. I guess when I look at this, all my goal is try to balance it, not losing. City have to come out with the money from the general fund. That's what I'm looking at, because golf is important, but like some of the residents say, they're not golfers. So to those people who do use this facility, they think it's very important. But for some residents, say, oh, I don't play golf, so they don't really care, It's not like library, majority of people would go, or different facility or senior center. We know the people among. Of course, we have this, my suggestion is probably we should review and how we maybe should increase our cost, because I've seen the report. This is a great report. They're showing what's the rate and comparing to other city. And I think it's time for our city not trying to make the money, but at least try not to lose money. And for that, I would probably Personally, I would prefer to ask the city manager to bring back and look into this issue before we to analyze what's the cost and how much percentage we should increase. And of course, we always have to give the resident a better benefits because it's different. But for outside resident players, we can increase a little more. So to be a standard, I look at this, even we bring up to like Long Beach rate for $15.50 or even $15 or make it even number, 15, 18, 22 or 26. But of course, you have to, city manager with the staff have to do the more study about this. My goal is not to we have to subsidize the money from the general fund. But same token, if we can keep it ourselves, that would be the best because we do a great job to maintain the golf course because I don't mind outsourcing, but sometimes I do hear the bad part of it, like American Golf. Once they have the contracts, if they don't keep up the golf course, it's just affecting our city's, image as well. And of course, we're not pleasing our golfers as well. And that's not what we definitely want. So that's my personal proposal. Before we do the further proposal about, because if you send it out for consultant to find out what is the PFR, that would cost us more. RFP, I'm sorry, RFP, that will cost more money, and I don't know what is the time frame, so that's my consideration.
So I think it's great that the city, this beautiful city we all live in, offers so many services. There's something for everybody. There's golf for the golfer. There's a theater for the theater patron. There's a senior center for seniors. There's swimming pool for swimmers. All of these are city services. And to say that, oh, nobody golfs, we don't know that. People pull out numbers out of the air. Just like people say, oh, only 5% go to the CCPA. We don't know that. I don't know where they get that number. So I support whatever we can do for our residents. And if there's any other questions, I'm going to open it up for public comments. Any questions? All right. Anybody want to comment? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yay. Okay, again, I'm speaking for Robert Chevelle. He could not be here tonight, so I told him I would come down and speak. Good evening, council, staff, and fellow residents. Sorry that I cannot be here in person or participate via Zoom. I hope this letter will suffice. I write regarding the city's golf course. The golf course is beautiful and valuable as city asset, yet it has been losing hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. The average loss over past 5 years has been more than $400,000 per year. The golf course should instead be making money for the city. Golf is a luxury, not a necessity. The city has thus been heavily subsidizing a luxury item. A strong majority of Cerritos residents would much prefer the same money be spent instead on such things as reopening the library on Sundays, tree trimming, sidewalk repairs, and restoring the Thursday night concerts in the park. All of that could be done if the council would act on the golf course. Such action would show that you care about the residents and it would generate significant goodwill. A reminder, our mayor wrote on the first line of her first mayoral letter on May 1st of this year, quote, "One of the most important responsibilities of the City of Cerritos Council and city staff is to ensure that we are good stewards of the taxpayer dollar." Losing more than $400,000 a year on a luxury item is not good stewardship. Good stewardship here would be to consider all options for the golf course, including having an outside firm maintain and operate it. As you know, this issue was raised by the Resident Budget Task Force in April. Details were then provided to the City Council meetings on May 11th with follow-up on both June 13th and June 22nd. And thankfully, at the May 28th meeting, the Council voted to direct, quote, the city manager to provide a report on the feasibility and potential impacts of outsourcing the operations and maintenance for the golf course to a private operator. May we please have a quick update on that work? Okay, you've given that. Council, would you please ask the city mayor and others for an update right now? Again, you're doing that. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, Robert Chevelle. And I have 43 seconds left. I will just say that I, Deborah Berry, support his efforts to make the golf course solvent, just like we should make the water fund solvent, just like we should make all of these things solvent so we stop encroaching on the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do we have two people? Can you guys please sign it? Let me see here first. Hold on. Oh, I have David Pileman, Charles, and then Jason Holmes.
David Pileman. Initially, I had no position on this issue. I don't play golf. I know lots of people that do. Seems like a valid activity. But once I started reading the report, the staff report, I thought, wow, doesn't really look like there's any choice. It is required that the city maintain this facility because we can't just get rid of the whole facility, sell it, so we're gonna have to maintain it. I think it's terrible that we've gotten into a situation where the sanitation district is gonna extract so much money from this process. Even worse, I guess many people probably would think that I'm an anti-union person. I don't understand why we need to consult with the union about this. If we're going to have somebody else run this place, we just tell all the recreation employees, I'm sorry, we no longer are employing people for this function, so you don't have a job anymore. For some reason, I guess that's not what we can do by law. But then, of course, we have this working relationship with the school district. And we do provide service to the school district. And I just wonder, when you did the survey, how does Long Beach, Norwalk, and La Mirada serve their school districts? Do they give them free use of a golf course that's run by someone else? So I'm left... I'm sorry that there was someone that promised to come tonight and speak, but I'm sure they wouldn't have stayed until 11:45 either. So I think there's no choice but for us to continue the operation of this facility because we don't want to give up total ownership of the facility. So therefore, the fees have to go up. That's all there is to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pileman. We have Charles. Jason Holmes.
Try to get through this quick. I didn't expect to be here this long.
Thank you for staying.
I'm here because I've been at the golf course I've been frequenting the golf course. I've been a resident of Cerritos for 40 years. I've been at the golf course since 1988. That's where I started my golf journey. And that's where I would like to continue my golf journey as the acting PGA professional at our facility. One of my students is actually here in the room. I didn't know he was going to be here, but that just shows you the impact the golf course has on our community and what it's had on me. And I think when most people look at the golf course, you look at obviously we're in the financial time, so we're looking at numbers, right? We're looking at the $378,000 deficit, okay? But what we heard from the Dix people is golf is going to be a huge part of their business. They're bringing in simulators, they're bringing in all these different things, right, to drive revenue to their business, okay? I just played in a golf tournament today representing our city through PGA of America. It's the Pro Junior out in Victoria Club. And I was speaking to the president of the Metro chapter section of the PGA and the PGA of America. And when it comes to golf courses, what we do at Ironwood and the way we do things has been recognized by Don Kanabe. It's been recognized by the county. It's been recognized by PGA of America. I don't think people understand when you talk about 55,000 rounds a year, okay? There's 18-hole golf courses that always get mentioned that don't do that kind of business. We're talking about 149,000 people that come through the gate. When I told the PGA of America that that's the type of numbers we were doing, you should have seen the look on their face. Some of their private, high-end facilities aren't doing those kind of numbers, right? I was always told Ironwood was never about profit. It was always about a community-driven thing, right? Now, golf and the golf course, along with the community-driven thing, is kind of unique in the sense that you actually can make money off the golf course. It can subsidize itself and subsidize the community, and we can continue to provide these programs and still work cheaper than anything that's in the area. So I think a lot of people that don't frequent our golf course don't see what the golf course does for our veterans, for our seniors. There's a lot of people that just come to the golf course just to talk to the staff, you know, because it's a home for them, you know. And so I just believe that the golf course is extremely viable. Golf is one of the biggest businesses in the world. I mean, if we start looking at it from the business perspective instead of just a community thing, we can at least break even on this stuff. You know, I mean, to do $1.1 million in a business where we're not even trying to make money, you know, the need is there. I mean, all we got to do is make $2.50 more per every person that comes in, and we'll break even. But I think we can be profitable as well. So I'm here to support that. I made a promise to my kids that I was going to be here to support that, and that's why I say this.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? How about any calling?
You came and spoke at the previous meeting, right? Didn't you speak at the previous meeting as well? Yeah, thank you for coming both times.
Cindy, do we have any call-in speakers?
We have none, no remote speakers, but I will note for the record that the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the 3 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 9C. Requests for copies of these written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Thank you. And one more time, we do not have Charles in the room. Okay, great. I'm going to close public comments. Bring it back to council for comments. Do we have any comments? Yes.
Thank you,
Mayor
Madam
Pro Tem.
Mayor.
Yes.
First, pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, for coming and speaking in support of our golf course, and thank you for your many, many, many years of dedicated service, giving back to your hometown at the golf course. My question of our city manager, I'm concerned about complying with Assembly Bill 339 with regard to our city's obligation to notify the city employee union of its intent to issue a request for proposals and the meet and confer process. Can you please elaborate that? And not just elaborate on that process, but in your opinion, what impact the real impact that would have on the morale of our city employees?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. AB 339 went into effect at the beginning of this year, and it requires that for a public agency, prior to conducting an RFP for services such as this concept, we would first have to do a meet and confer process with the employee union to discuss impacts of that potential RFP. So this is even before soliciting proposals and knowing what potential providers are out there to offer services. This is a requirement of state law now in effect, and doing so, of course, if that were a need, we would undergo that process. But as you pointed out, there would be an impact and a cost in terms of a morale that can be avoided at this point with the recommendation that's included in the report as a first step, simply to just re-examine the existing fees that are charged in an effort to offset any potential operational losses. So our recommendation is that be a first step, and that can continue to be assessed, and we can continue to come up with recommendations related to the operation. to address the overarching concerns about cost and revenues without needing to pursue the RFP process at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. After we have further discussion, I might have another comment. Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Yes, Mayor, I have a few comments. I think, first of all, I apologize. The term is RFP. What it stands for is Request for Proposal. This is a way that we request for outside sourcing people to come up and give us a proposal, how they're going to run it and how much would they cost us. However, this before the RFP, the request for proposal will require staff time and legal review and consultant resources. So before we spend public money exploring private operators, I believe we owe it to our residents to determine whether we can achieve the same financial objective through operational improvements and reasonable rate adjustments while keeping the golf course under city management. Like the public speaks, they were saying, yes, most of the golf course is easily to make money, especially not too many cities have all the golf courses. And if we have a lovely one, we maintain it well, a lot of people do enjoy it, come over here. And I think this is also part of the pride of our city as well, because like we all are very proud of our city because our city is a small city. However, we provide so much services, you know, life of quality of life to our residents. How many cities have, like the mayor was just talking about, how many cities have the library? How many cities have a golf course? How many cities have senior centers? And we have all this. We have the swimming centers. We have all the beautiful parks. I mean, this is something that we're so proud of our city, and we want to bring back the quality of the life in our city. But how we're going to manage the city is very important. And so if like we were talking about, if we can at least break even and maintain it, and I would be more than happy to do that. Or if we can make some money out of it to help ourselves generate some revenue for our city, that would be even much better. So I think we should go for this way because I personally think we do provide, like even the park, we have everybody to come over, enjoy it, but who's maintaining it? Who's paying for it? And now that we got down to the budget problem, now we have to say, sorry, residents, we have to cut back the service for your music, night out, whatever, you know, which we all have to work together to make it, you know, to go through this kind of difficult timing. And our job in this council, I believe we all have the same goal. We want to balance our budget. And we're trying our best to do that. So if there's any way we can work this out, I always look at that. What is the good for our city and what we can do not to drain out our general funds, you know? So I personally would like to move to direct the city manager return with the city operated financial sustainability plan, including potential rate adjustment and operational efficiency. That's my proposal. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments?
What is your proposal?
I like the city to study and do the plan, including potential rate adjustment. That means we need to increase the golfing fee. Of course, but residential have a better rate. And also study how we can make the operational efficiency much better instead of like, you know, we can cut back and make it the work more efficient. But basically, once we raise the cost, I think we can easily to make it balance the budget, you know, and also probably making a little bit profit, a little bit of sales revenue. Because if you look at the price here, we are really, really reasonable, and most of golfers pay for that because if they go to other city, they probably won't get that price. My proposal is to keep it and have the city manager to go back and do the study and come back with a better adjustable, the rate adjustment and operational efficiency. Say, okay, this is how much it's gonna cost us. We have on the page 5, on this item 9C, page 5, it tell you total revenue and total recreation service division expenses and the total parks and trees division expenses. As Southern California Edison payments, we cannot get away with it. So that's the fixed amount, or maybe it could go higher in the future. But then we have the total expenses and we have the net differences. So I think, and also like my other colleague, our Mayor Pro Tem was talking about, we also have to comply with the Assembly Bill 339. The city would have first need to notify the city employee unions of this intent to issue a request for possible prior to this kind of adjustment or changes. So my personal proposal is, as I said, before we go further to request for proposal, I would like to move to direct the city manager to return with a city-operated financial sustainability plan, including potential rate adjustments and operational efficiency. That way, I think this is $378,000. I think it's something we can manage, by increasing the what I just proposed.
Do we have any other comments?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was happy to get this report. I was happy to get this report because the city council was told back in May that the delta for the golf course was almost $600,000. Minus $578,508. That's what we were told in May. So, I'm happy to see that we have a number that's over $200,000 different. I'm wondering why we were told such a big number just a few months ago in May, but it allows me to see that we're providing this community service that's valued by our residents and by our neighbors and by our kids, to be able to play golf in the city of Cerritos. And, we our active military that we recognize every month with the first CEB program, where we recognize our meritorious Marine, they get the chance when they visit Cerritos, they get the chance to play golf at Ironwood 9 as one of the things we showcase to them when they visit Cerritos. That's one more reason why we have Ironwood 9. Because it's a wonderful thing to have in a city of 48,300 residents. But that's one thing I'm going to find out at another time, why we were told in May minus $578,508, when today, 2 months later, we're told that the delta is actually $377,742.90. Another comment I like, thank you to the public, thank you to the speaker who spoke at public comment for shouting out that her opinion just for shouting out, just like the golf course should be solvent, our water in the city of Cerritos should be solvent. So thank you to the vote. Thank you to the public speaker for pointing out that opinion of hers, that our water should be solvent. So, you know, we're providing a library to the residents of Cerritos, to the community. Our world-renowned library, our delta is almost $6 million. Our senior center is our delta's over $1,300,000. Our theater is over $2,700,000 delta. Significantly, in this city, that this city council has prioritized safety, and ever since this city council got together in 2025, our residential burglaries are down almost 40% plus, comparing 2025 to 2024, and 2026 numbers are pretty much matching 2025. Public Safety Manager Ryan Carey and I were taking a mid-calendar year look at the numbers of residential burglaries, and we're doing everything we can that our 2026 numbers don't go up. We want them to stay, we want to get them even lower than 2025, but we definitely don't want them to go higher than 2025. And this city council is working together with Captain Drew Strong that our residential burglaries are not going up, because we made such great progress since we started working together in 2025 compared to 2024. But, you know, this is a jewel of the city, our Ironwood 9, one of the many jewels on our infinity gauntlet of the city of Cerritos. And we have our theater, we have our senior center, we have our library, we have our golf course, all with an umbrella over them of safety provided by the Sheriff's Station and Neighborhood Watch and the City Council and VOPS and everybody that works together to keep our city safe. So just like all these other things that have deltas, the golf course is not supposed, you know, we're a city. We're not a business. We're a city. We provide services to our residents, and we try to do the best we can. We make the best decisions we can to provide these programs and services to our residents, and we don't just write something off because it has a delta. So the golf course, I'm happy that we showcase it to our meritorious Marines and to our local school districts, and we have Tiny Tot golf programs that are going on right now. And, you know, this is a comprehensive report. I'm not certain what you're talking about, Councilmember Hong, but they make recommendations in here in this report about price adjustments in this report. They have a significant listing of things that need to be considered for an RFP if we were to put out an RFP. This report that was presented to the City Council is a comprehensive report, just like was asked for by you and Sophia. Mm-hmm. You and Councilmember say asked for this report. The two of you asked for this report. We're hearing it tonight at midnight because you and Sophia asked for this. She's not even here. So we have to, the four of us need to figure out if we can make progress on this tonight. At least the speaker who had spoken up about this in previous meetings, at least he made sure that someone came in and read his public comment that he provided to us in writing. But tonight, the four of us have to consider this matter, even though you and Sophia were the ones that brought it to the City Council. So I want to make progress on this. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'm not sure about your math. You said something about if we increased it maybe $2 or $2.50. That, yeah. Based off of your foot traffic of 140,000, 49,000 Yeah, and thank you. Thank you to the mayor for letting us have this conversation when usually we're not really not supposed to. But I appreciate you speaking twice about this because it shows you are engaged and you want to provide information from someone who's actually at the golf course. In with our community, with our residents, with the students, with the seniors, with the veterans, golfing. And they all love it, right? Yeah. Okay. So I kind of look, this number of rounds of golf, 55,892 in a fiscal year. That's 153 rounds of golf a day. If we golfed every day, 365 days, that's 153 rounds of golf a day. 55,892 in a year. So if we just made the adjustment based on rounds of golf with a 377,742 delta, that's telling me, we got to we can't just based on if we only adjusted the price of a round of golf, that's closer, that's in the ballpark of $7 per round. And I think that's something that our golfers their eyes are gonna get wide open if they have to pay $7 more per round of golf. But what I did see in this comprehensive report, is that staff pointed out that a fee increase of approximately 30% would be required to bring the golf course closer to a break-even operating position while maintaining its competitiveness with similar facilities. That's on page 6. Those are my thoughts. I'm happy with the golf course. I'm so thankful to the hardworking City of Cerritos employees that operate and maintain our golf course. We have to deal with the fact that, we're leasing that property, right? We're leasing it. And then we have to deal with the fact that even like right now, there's a local emergency going on there. And the fact that the City of Cerritos is running it, it allows us to better deal with the fact that there's an ongoing local emergency there. And then we get to directly deal with all of the parties involved with that local emergency where we had a hazardous chemical leak that we had to deal with. And we were able to quickly pivot and deal with this emergency because we're the ones running the golf course. And if we had some third party who doesn't know our city and doesn't know our residents running that thing, I don't think we would have had those positive results we had in dealing with that emergency of the hazardous materials leak underneath our golf course. So Jennifer and Sophia asked for this item. I just wanted to share my comments about this item. I love the golf course. I'm so happy the City of Cerritos has it. Thank you to the hardworking employees. Thank you to Mr. Holmes. I want to keep providing golf to our community with our hardworking city employees running that golf course.
Anybody else?
I'd just like to add on some more comments. The reason, thanks for Councilmember Yokoyama pointing out, the reason I proposed to have a request for proposal is because at that time, the number is kind of huge, and we don't even know how many years we've been running, losing that kind of money, the amount. So that's why at that time, if we can outsource it and have somebody else to run it, and that would offload our city's burden, and instead of draining out our general funds. But after this wonderful report finally came out, and we have the actual numbers of all this, the problem is not as big as what I originally thought. That's why, and I also look at the procedure that we have to go through, the timing and the cost, everything together, I kind of changed my proposal. I would prefer to keep it, if we can change it, and what I was just proposed, that would be really, I think could be the best proposal. And then after a year, we can look at it to it. If we're still losing money, then city really have to look harder on this one. Do we really know how to run this or not? If we cannot run it, then we need to outsource. We have to have the RFP. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate the suggestion that Mr. Holmes mentioned about, all it would take based upon the number of people who are coming annually. Just a simple increase of $2.50 would address the $377,742.90 net difference, give or take a little bit. And I was looking at Exhibit 2. It says City of Cerritos comparison of local 9-hole golf course fees. And just looking at this, I was seeing the ranking on all the fees, the current fees, were number 2 in all categories to the Don Knabe Golf Center in Norwalk. And if, say, you were to apply the nice suggestion from Mr. Holmes of just adjusting it modestly, $250 across the board, we would be in the 3rd position out of this whole chart of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cities that operate local 9-hole golf courses. So just that modest adjustment makes us even. Councilmember Yokoyama mentioned that this is a public good, not a private enterprise. We're in the business of providing services to our community, not profiting. And I'd like for us to take a crack at making the necessary adjustments. What I don't want to do is unnecessarily trigger a meet and confer process that would cause a drop in morale among the dedicated staff over there. And clearly from the written submitted feedback from residents, they believe that going to a private company would, quote, be detrimental to the city. And another one said they're deeply concerned about having a private business run the course because it would destroy the unique sense of community. When we hear the people who are supporting this great public good, I think we need to listen to them. And I see that in recommendation number 2, it allows for us to do that, to direct the city manager and staff to come back to us with study of golf course fee adjustments. So I'd like to see us move in that direction and not move towards outsourcing. Principally, I'm against outsourcing. Okay, I'm for preserving good city jobs, rewarding loyal, dedicated staff, rewarding loyal, dedicated residents, patrons of our public goods. So I believe, to be consistent with that, I would like to move this second recommendation that the staff provided.
I
at the
second
appropriate
it.
time.
I second it.
Okay, thank you.
We have a first and a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passes on a vote of 3-1.
I think we had enough information to make the price adjustment tonight.
Okay. All right. What item are we on? 10.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any items to present under 10A or 10B this evening.
11.
And I have no reports under item 11A this evening.
All right. Council comments? Any? All right. If none, I'm going to move to adjourn in memory of Randy Mantooth. Tonight, I ask my council colleagues to join me in adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of my dear friend, Randy Mantooth. Many of us know Randy as the beloved actor who brought firefighter paramedic Johnny Gage to life on the iconic television series Emergency. But his greatest legacy extended far beyond television. Through that role, Randy helped introduce millions of Americans to the emerging field of paramedicine and inspired generations of firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, nurses, and emergency responders to pursue careers dedicated to saving lives. The legacy of Randy Mantooth is also preserved through the work of the Los Angeles County Fire Museum located in Bellflower, which honors the history of the fire service and the evolution of emergency medical services. The museum is also home to the iconic Engine 51 and Squad 51 vehicles from Emergency. Cerritos was fortunate to be part of Randy's incredible journey when the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts hosted the 50th anniversary celebration of Emergency a few years ago. One of Randy's final projects is a documentary called Into the Unknown. I was very fortunate to be involved in a very, very small way when the project was first discussed back in 2018. It was exciting to see the vision begin to take shape, and I'm so grateful that Randy was able to see the completed final version, which came out this year, and witness the culmination of a project that was meaningful to him. I was blessed to know Randy not only as a talented actor and public figure, but as a friend. What I'll remember most about Randy was his kindness, his humility, and his genuine heart. Despite his fame, he always made people feel valued and welcome. He had a special appreciation for the men and women who serve our communities, and he used his voice to honor firefighters, paramedics, and all those who answer the call during someone's greatest moment of need. May he rest in peace. And we are now going to go into closed session. Can you take us into closed session, City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. We will now need to recess into closed session to discuss the 12A conference with legal counsel on potential litigation, as well as 12B, 12C, and 12D, public employee appointments, evaluations, and dismissal for the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk.
Thank you. And one last announcement is I'm delighted to invite the community to the city's National Night Out event on Thursday, August the 6th. The event starts at 7 p.m. at Heritage Park and will provide residents with an opportunity to meet and thank the first responders who dedicate their lives to protecting us. The event will also feature public safety displays and information, activities for children, food trucks, and a concert by That's What I Like, the ultimate Bruno Mars tribute experience. Information about the event is posted on the city's website at cerritos.gov. I want to thank our Deputy Sheriff, Eric Mutin, back there for staying the whole evening, and to all of our staff. It was a long meeting. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you. Good night. Meeting adjourned.